T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Good morning, Apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgie. It's been rough. Are you holding? I am. I'm holding still. I believe we're going to look up information today. We're going to look up information today to help support what it is that we believe. Okay, let's look at some information here. I'm going to pull up some data. 1 second. Oh boy, getting this Starbucks coffee in me is good. Can't get enough of this. Testing 1, 2. Listen, my mic is. I kind of messed up my mic this morning. Looks like the levels are coming through pretty good. I'm going to leave it as it is. If I'm talking too loud today, let me know. Let's get some financial data up here. 700,000 shares to borrow. They've already returned 50,000. But they did borrow some ETFs. Looks like it's about a wash right now. Let me write this down. This is probably by far the lowest amount of shares borrowed that I have seen on a start of a morning. So I'm not sure what that's going to mean, but typically they need shares to drive the price down. C288000. 50,000. Okay, so it's a net wash. They took 50,000 and returned it here, but they took ETFs in order to cover that because there's 50,000 less in the ETFs. So it was a net wash. I mean, I'm saying that they're using it to cover. I don't really know that they're using that to cover, but yesterday, on as far as borrowed shares, the total number that I ended up seeing by the end of the day was about 500,000. It was 445,000. And I've been off by usually about 800,000 or so. So maybe 1.3 million shares borrowed. I don't know. We'll see once Fintel or Ortex data comes up at 6:30. We'll check it out. As of right now, there is a 290 share borrow amount for the day today, which is not very much. It'll be interesting to see if they end up doing a large borrow later. Typically by now you would have, well, I guess it does happen a little bit later that we start seeing the borrows. Let's see here. So this is the one that this is the data that I was going to kind of cover with you guys today. Options. As of yesterday, the strong point that they're pushing for is $35, which we're past. So they're in the money here. In the aftermarket hours, they got down to at least here at the $32 mark. So the big two high points that they were pushing for was 35 and 30. Well, let's remember those numbers, 65 and 37. I'm going to refresh this. $65 and 37. Okay, they've put a considerable amount of more put options in the 30 range, and a considerable more amount anywhere between 34 and 36 as well. I'm going to turn off some of my peripherals at my house that eat up my Wi-Fi just in case this is slowing me down. I have incredibly bad internet here. It helps if I turn stuff off. Okay. So, look at these put positions. Now, if the price were to suddenly jump up, these guys would get caught empty-handed. You know, they'd be owing a lot of money because there's a lot of put options on the table, and I'm not suggesting the price is going to go up by any means, but there's definitely some room for somebody to get caught. They do have a position up here at $20 that they're pushing for. Not much lower than 20. Long positions are still primarily set up between $35 and $40. Some at 45, some at 47, some at 50. Almost 10,145. Almost. So this is the data that I want to look at, right? I want to look at the future. I want to see next week. What are they looking like for next week? Because if they believe that they can really keep these prices, these numbers should continue on for a long time into the future. These put options, and so next week, the put options are still fairly strong. At the $38 level, the $35 level, and the $30 level. And let's look a week out from then. Not so much. At this point in time, to me it would look like they're not confident they can keep this price down forever. The strongest point's $30 at 4,000 contracts. It doesn't look to me like they are really confident about the future, at least 2 weeks down the road. Let's look another week. The strongest level of support, how many weeks is this down? I think this is week 4. Yeah, 4 weeks down the road. Actually, I guess it would be technically 3 weeks down the road because we're already right here. We're 1 day away from that, so it would be 1, 2, 3 weeks down the road. The put options are not very strong underneath. There's a little bit at $5, but for the most part, $35 is, there's 1,000 there. If they truly and honestly believe that they could make money on a low price, they would not want to have put. They would want to have put options in the future that are well up there in price, right? Because let me show you an example. I'm going to pull over the long call information, the long call calculator over here, and we're going to look up. We're going to get the price. If you were to buy 3 weeks out from now, a put option at say if they really and truly honestly believe that they could keep this price under $30, watch how much money they could make off of this. I'm just going to pick the average price here at $1.14. at 3 weeks out. So it'd be 114 per contract, right? And we're going to look and see if they believe that they truly and honestly can get this price down below 30 and keep it there for 3 weeks. That's all I'm saying is 3 weeks, right? Look at all this money they could be making. As the price drives down further and further and further and further, they make shit tons of money. You know, if they could get it down to 15, they'd be making $1,386 per contract, right? There's these contracts, you know, we're looking at them together, and these contracts are 10,000, you know, strong, maybe more, but we'll just do 10,000. If they could get it, if they honestly and truly believe they could get this to even just say $20 at $686. We'll just go with that number because it's on the expiring the 16th. Oh, wait a minute. It doesn't have the dates for in the future? Oh, interesting. They could actually make more maybe they would make less money. Because as the dates go into the future, how do I change the expiration dates? More output calculation date for today. We went 3 weeks out. Let's try that. It doesn't look like that it's going to let me calculate. Okay, so it only lets me go backwards. It won't let me go forwards in time. So they might actually lose money the longer, but they would actually gain more money if they drop below. So I don't know. It's not going to let me look past the 16th for a date, but you know they could potentially have the put position created for today, and you know if they sold it, you know if they could drive the price down to $30, they would make money. Even just today, they could make money. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm not quite sure why I'm not seeing if they truly and honestly could make money on this in the future for driving the price down lower. I feel like we would see puts in the future showing up like you know, strong positions in the future, but I'm just not really seeing it right now. 1,000 shares or 1,000 options at $35. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not seeing anything that really supports them being able to continue to drive this down into the future. I have to hit the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Whew. Morning bubble guts. Gotta love them. Alright, so where were we here? I'll be pulling up Ortex data here in just a little bit. Let's see, what do we have? So looking at those option chains, let's look at it again real quick here, and we'll pull back up the date that we're looking for today, tomorrow. Tomorrow, the 16th of July. Levels of support for today. I would say the biggest level for support today is going to be $40. Nowhere near as big as a level of resistance for 35. $53 for 30. 53,000 for 30. The level of support for $40 is smaller than the level of resistance, which puts us down to 30. Was it 30? No. Wait. Yeah, 30. So do we see 30 today? Yeah, I mean, we're right there, right? Wouldn't take much. It would be a drop in the bucket for them to drop this under 30. Yesterday's outflow versus inflow. Inflow was 956, where the outflow was 935, so we had a positive inflow. Positive inflow with a 15% loss. It's amazing. The rest of the market, how's it doing pre-market this morning? Last time I refreshed it yesterday. Oh, that updated pretty quickly. If this isn't going to update again and this is accurate, decliners at 4,442 while advancers are 2,173. I'm going to give this just a minute to update and see if it changes. It looked like it changed pretty quick when I refreshed to this page. While I wait for that to refresh, I'm going to go ahead and type something in here. Okay, so I went ahead and posted, welcome to the channel. Actually, I'm going to change that real quick here. I'm going to remove that message and say, try to keep up with the theme. There we go. I like that much better. Okay, so it looks like the NASDAQ is down overall right now. The S&P and the Dow Jones are up ever so slightly. Amazon is down in the pre-market. Cinemark is down in pre-market. Dogecoin, woo, they dropped a little bit, didn't they? Yep. Another little dip in there. It did rise. I think I had estimated 20 point something. 20.43. That seems really close to what I had estimated for a rise on the price. And then down it goes some more. You know, I think you'd be. I would be inclined to say that this is going to continue down this path. Let's see if we've got some touch points here. Yeah, we sure do. Kind of an excessive dip right here, which kind of falls out of a parallel. I can't really get 2 points on this parallel unless I put it right here, and we'll just say that this dip was a little more than it should have been. If I had to guess where this price was going to end up, it should break out going up. This is a bullish trend. And the reason I'm looking at Dogecoin is because I kind of feel like it's a pump and dump spot for the hedge funds to try and make money, quick money off of cryptocurrency investors, and that's all crypto across the board. But Doge was kind of hot a while back, kind of like the hot one that I felt that a lot of people were kind of investing in. Um, you know, I could see this going maybe down to 1753 before it has another spike up, which might get them back up to like maybe 18 flat. I don't know. It could break out soon. It has been, you know, it's been in a steady decline since the 29th. So half a month of just pretty much steady decline. Imagine people who held onto Dogecoin for this amount of time, which, you know, I believe we had somebody in here just yesterday who was saying that they had Doge and were holding, or maybe it's 2 days ago that we're holding Dogecoin. You know, you've been looking at a decrease in price, a steady decrease in price for over half a month. Uh, you know, that's pretty big. Let's go to GME. Let's see where GME is at this morning. They are down to $155. Currently down 7.39% in aftermarket, which is actually more than AMC. I saw some FUD pieces that I thought were kind of excessive, and I talk about everything. I talk about it all. I don't leave anything under the table to not talk about. Um, you know, if you ask anything, I will talk about it. The fact that this price is dropping, and I saw the FUD pieces I saw on Reddit were, should I sell GME to buy AMC? You know, I think that's FUD. You know, why would you, if you've been holding on to GME this long, you know, just continue to hold. You're an ape. That's what you do. They had a negative inflow versus outflow yesterday. That's kind of big. Um, that's a fairly large amount, percentage-wise. Our inflow versus outflow, we were slightly higher than we were negative. Volume for, oh, look at our volume for this morning, 383. Pretty hefty volume this morning. Considering the time, we still have 30 minutes until 7. Ortex data is up. I will pull that up here in just a second, but there was something I wanted to check real quick first. Volume for yesterday. We were over 100. I spent the last part of yesterday trying to put together a video. I downloaded some free software that is horrific. I spent over an hour trying to put together this video, and I'm still not done with it. You know, I just sat there for an hour trying to work on this thing. I've got a lot of it put together. I'm kind of putting on some of the final touches. So I said I was going to submit it last night, but since I didn't finish it last night, um, obviously it's not ready. So I gotta continue to work on that a little bit today. Being that I put 9 hours on the show, I might be working on that a little bit during the show today, the live stream. Yesterday's volume 136 million. That's great. That is absolutely great. We opened at 38 and dropped to 33 with 136 million in volume. If it was paper hands, it would have been in mass quantities. And this is the next thing that I wanted to show you before I pull up the Ortex data. Just give me 1 second, because I want to show this to you. On Fintel, they report their 13Fs daily, right? And these positions are probably not. Let's see, like if I were to open up this one, it probably will tell me exactly when they made the trade. So this is effective date is 6/30. So they actually sold this on 6/30. So this is it's report. The reporting is about, it looks like 14 days behind. 15 days behind. So they sold 100 shares 15 days ago, but so this data is older. We started our decline in. Let's look at another one real quick here and just see how old they are. Okay, so these are all from 6/30. So they report sales 2 weeks, 14 days is when they report their sales. Just under 2 weeks. So when did we first start our decline in price? Let's look at. I guess we can just go straight over here to Webull and check it out. When will we start seeing Fintel reporting decreases in price? Let's go back a month. So massive 14 days ago from now would have been the beginning of July. So we'd be looking at July 1st right here. Our first big massive drop was on 1, 2, 3, about. That was after market hours, so we can't really count that one. Yeah, so 3 days. So I would suggest that on Monday, we should come back and look at Fintel. And we should be getting reports on Fintel as to how many people sold during that big drop on 7/7. We had a pretty big drop there. We went from $48 down to $44. Did we lose investors during that period of time? An even bigger drop would have been. That'd probably be the biggest one. 7/7. There was a big drop on 7/2. 7/2 data would show up on tomorrow's reporting. So when we get the reporting tomorrow, let's look at that. Let's look and see how many institutional buyers sold during that big drop on 7/2. And let's get a litmus test for what we're really seeing happening to the institutional investors seeing this price drop. Let's be real here, and let's look at what's happening. I'm going to pull the Fintel back over, but I do want to make one more point, and I'm going to pull the calculator up here. And I have not checked any of this information out in advance. I had no idea what I was going to find when I pulled this up. So I'm looking at it fresh here. So I'm going to add up the amount of shares that were purchased from 7978. Well, let's just go from the beginning of the month. I'm going to add up the amount of shares that were purchased versus the amount of shares that were sold. Just because I want to kind of get like a feel for like, how many people have purchased shares 30 days out and how many did they purchase. So 80 plus 181, 143. I'm just starting from the bottom and heading up. I always forget, guys. I'm so sorry. I gotta get rid of these tally marks so y'all don't see that. There we go. Big order from State Street Corporation of 6,536,661 shares. And I'm going to pull that one up just because I want to see when they actually made the purchase. That's a lot. Okay, considering that we have a 500 or just slightly over 500 million share total in just the last month, not including the most previous 14 days. So we've had a total of 6.653 million shares. Let's just see what that is percentage-wise. A 1%, just a little over 1% purchase rate. We have 1.3% have been purchased since then, and this is just institutional. And the institutionals aren't going to be buying if they see bad data. I kind of wanted to look at this one real quick here. This 6 million purchase from State Street Corp. I don't know what they are or what they do. I'm still I consider buying this subscription to Ortex here. Look at all those AMC Entertainment holdings that they have. They have been buying this for a while. File date. They've been buying this for a long time, since 2014. Who is this? Look at that portfolio. Holy smokes, $1.7 trillion? Who owns this company? I noticed that it's kind of interesting to see what they're buying. All right. I want to look into this a little bit later. This is kind of a rabbit hole that's down. I'm not willing to go down right now. But big company. So let's check that information out tomorrow. We'll look at that. We'll see legitimately, if there are a lot of institutional investors that bought or sold during the dip of 7.2. And that data will be available tomorrow, or maybe even later today. I don't normally refresh that page, but I will. Check it out. We have an update on AMC's borrows rates. Remember, I was talking about this before. We're going to really start seeing exciting stuff when these numbers start hitting zeros. So they borrowed all those shares earlier that they had not borrowed. So they went ahead and borrowed the remaining. They had returned 50,000, and then they went ahead and borrowed all 70,000 of those. Sorry, I got to change that. They borrowed all 700,000 of those. So I'll change that number. 700,000. ETFs. They return. It looks like they returned. No, they borrowed more. Okay, so they went on a borrowing binge. I don't know what to call it. They started borrowing a lot. This is definitely more than I've seen in the past. Recent history. This could mean big movements for the day, either one way or the other. I can't really say which, but so we've got 700,000 they borrowed on just regular shares, 4,255 of this portion right here, and in the bank here they borrowed 579,000. Yesterday's values. That puts them over at $1 million. I could add up those numbers real quick here. 700,000 plus. They've borrowed 1.2, almost 1.3 million shares this morning so far. Whereas yesterday they borrowed 445,000. So a lot more today. They borrowed a lot more. Let's expect some fights. There's going to be some heavy fighting. Let's get the Ortex data up here. Short interest for the free float is 15.83. Current utilization looks like that might have gone slightly, ever so slightly down. It went from 92.97 to 92.42. So really not a whole lot, just very marginally went down. On loan. So I had said that they had borrowed yesterday 445,000. I've been off by about 800,000. So figure 1.2 maybe. Let's see if that's right. So I'm off there. They borrowed 2.2 million shares day over day. Yeah, I'm doing a terrible job at tracking that. I don't think I'm going to track that any longer. I just can't accurately predict it. The most I would have said that they could have possibly borrowed or gotten away from me was maybe 1.6. But this is well over that. They borrowed way more than that for yesterday. 2.2 million. Actually, 2 million almost dead on the nose because it was 100.2, and then it went to 102.2. So 2 million shares is what they borrowed yesterday, which is a good chunk. And considering how much they dropped the price, that's pretty big. It is costing them, guys. It's costing them a lot of money to do what it is that they're doing. the guys that are on our side who are loaning them the ammunition that they need to short this stock, you know, they know what they're doing. They're milking the crap out of these guys, and you know, they're making money on that. They wouldn't continue to do it, you know, because they're holding long positions, and they're actually the ones that are fighting against the hedge funds to drive, you know, from driving the price down, because they're making more money when they do that. So they know what they're doing. This value dropped a little from 40.1 to 38.72, but it's a pretty minimal drop. It's nothing like this. You know, where it dropped from 43 down to 36 in one day. Dips in this are actually really good because you see price rises. Typically, we're still in the window. We have today, tomorrow, and Monday to see a price, like a significant price rise that would cover for this dip that I saw back here. I'm still going with it. I'm still holding on to that hope that we see that price rise somewhere between now and Monday. Short share interest, or sorry, short share restrictions are on for the day due to them dropping the price so much yesterday. The price for today to trigger it again would be $30.09. So $30.09 to break that today would cost them another additional day, putting us Friday into a short share restriction again. So we'll see if that happens. Estimated short share interest rate. It was 42.61 2 days ago, went up to, I'm sorry, look at the wrong value. 15.38 2 days ago to 15.52 to 15.83. So that value is rising, going in the correct direction. Days to cover. Sometimes people like to see that value. It's probably this one. Ever so slightly increasing. If y'all want to see any other information from there, let me know. If they're gonna push $30 today, they're gonna suffer from it. They will definitely suffer from pushing the price down today, below 30, as that'll trigger that SSR again. Citadel is currently as busy as they normally are. Maybe a little more. Actually, they're a little bit more busy than they would normally be. I'm tempted to pull up Glassdoor just to see what the heck they've got going on here. Citadel work hour reviews. Man, in the short period of time that we've been talking, that I've been talking, the numbers are changing pretty rapidly. There's a lot of repositioning going on, is what it looks like. Yeah, I'm not really sure what to make of that. I just modified the numbers. I'm gonna have to find some time today to modify um, that video that I'm making that I can post onto Reddit. Hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of fear out there right now, and yeah, I'm holding. I'm not going anywhere. I've still got money left to buy more. I'm waiting, anticipating it to hit a value of around. Let me just check and see here. I need to change a value real quick. I'm waiting to see it hit 39. 39. No. 29.87 is a value that I'm kind of looking forward to. Uh, I, I personally, that's kind of a flag, an indicator that I see of a point that I'm specifically looking towards. Um, to me, that would indicate kind of a 40% level of drop in price since a previous high that we had on 7/8. On 7/8, it was 49.79, and a 40% drop from that would be that value that I just said, the 29.87. Um, we saw on the GME model when the GME price, or sorry, I should restate that. When GME started to squeeze, the squeeze occurred, and their first 40% drop that they actually the first percentage drop, the big drop that they had was after they shot up to $136, and then they saw a 52.2% drop in price down to 65. That was only a couple days out from when it really started launching after that. And I'm not saying that we're squeezing right now. I don't really believe that the squeeze has started quite yet. I don't believe margin calls have come. Um, but you know, if this is anything like GME whatsoever, I don't even know that they got margin called back then either. So you know what we're seeing right now as far as a price difference. You know, we could be in this range right here. You know, the $77 that we saw, or $72 dropping down to where we're at, could be that 52.2%. What was our high back then? If we did 1 month back out, it was 77.26. Let's just calculate that. And the percentage of drop was at 52.2%. So we'll just do 52.2% and see what we come up with. So it would be 40.32 minus the 77.26. So $36.93 would have been the 52% or the 52.2% mark. So we're actually underneath that. If we calculate it out where we're at currently, I'm just going to do 3160. Yeah, I think this is right. So we're currently at a 40.9. Is that correct? That doesn't seem right. My math must be off. Yeah, 50% would be 38.63. So it would be 60%. $30. Okay, so we're coming up on a 60% drop in price. Getting really close. You know, so maybe in this range right here. Right after that 52%, they had a 61.6% drop in price. I know these values over here, the prices don't actually match what we're seeing right now, but they did have drops like that in the price before they ended up going up and hitting the max numbers that they could hit. So if we're in that kind of a zone right now where we're seeing those kind of percentages drops from some of our highest points, you know, there'd be room to argue that that we could see, you know, a huge jump up in price right after. The question is how far is it going to go? Is it going to go 61? Are we going to hit 76? You know, how much is this going to have to drop? These are the biggest drops they had. You know, 61, 76%, or some of the biggest. So that, you know, we're almost to some of the biggest drops, the two biggest drops that they had on GME. Yeah, 49.79. John's talking to me on the side here. 49.79 is what I have as well. As the most previous high. Where is it? and so 33.66, or you know, if we were dropping it down further, it'd be 31. 31.24. Is that the low? 31.24. If I plug in 31.24, it's a 37.3% drop. Yeah. So since the 8th, we've had a 37.3% drop, which makes it less than the 60% that I was saying. But still, if we were to just look at the very top that we hit up to, and we just continue to track from the very top at that 77, you know, we'd still be looking at a 60%. We're nearing 60% at the high end of 30, almost 31 even, and that's still not the highest drops that they had in GME before it hit some of the max prices. So if we were to look at this and we were to say like, okay, how does this compare to what we saw on GME? I would be comfortable in saying that we have not seen the top yet. So even if this squeeze is only going to be $100 something plus overall on the price on this, we're not there yet. Like we haven't seen those kind of drops that they saw that created the paper hands that they got. And when they do cover, when they are forced to buy the shares to cover the positions that they have, this price will increase. No doubt about it. Like they have to cover at some point, and that will increase the price. They can't keep those coverings off the books. So we're going to see a price increase at some point. It's just a matter of how far down they want to take this before they have to cover. They're forced to start making. I would assume that they're going to start exiting some of their failure to deliver positions first. Keep them off of reg show. Those are going to be buys that they have to show on the market somewhere. I gotta change some dates here real quick. Today's the 15th. Good morning, Duncan. 0801 candle could forebode an interesting day testing the willingness to fight. 81 0801. The 801 candle? Oh, the 7 o'clock. It's time to do our 7 o'clock predictions. I see what you're talking about. Because I'm in a different time zone than the East Coast. So yeah, let's see. We're nearly at 1 million shares traded. That's the number. That's the key number I'm always looking for at 7 a.m. And at 7 a.m. my time, which you're saying 8:01, every single day we have what I call a volume pokey at that time. That's going to definitely be a big day when we start hitting like 1 million at that point. That's what we've always seen in the past. It has never changed. It's always the same. 1 million is the target number that we're looking for that time frame, and we're just underneath that. We haven't been this close in a while. Today is going to be a high volume day. That's exciting. Getting goosebumps over that for sure. I think yesterday we were at maybe like 300,000, maybe 400,000. So we're well over that. We're like double what we were yesterday. And I believe we were closed yesterday at 136.5 million shares traded. This very well could be our 100 and shit. This could be a 200 million volume day. Over. Let's see. When we saw that last, would have been. Let's just make some comparisons. If we go back to June 8th. Now I'm going to use June 10th because that's kind of the number that I think we're going to see. June 10th had 224 million shares traded. June 10th. Let's look at June 10th. This is July. Uh, 8, 9, 10. Right here. I'm just pulling in. I want to see what the volume traded was on that 7 a.m. or what you said 8 a.m. Amounted to. It looks like it was about. Oh, stop it. There we go. It looks like it was about 560,000 shares. You son of a gun. It keeps changing the date on me. What the heck? Why is it doing that? Weeble's not wanting me to see the date, the 6/10 date. Okay, here's 6/10. You see it jumping? What the heck is up with this? Let's zoom in quick. That's 6/14. It keeps jumping to 6/14. It won't let me look at it. Here we go. Here's 6/10. So I want the volume right here. And it's 520,000. That's 6/9. Damn it. $6.10. It jumped to 6.11. What the heck? It keeps jumping away. Okay, 6:10. Don't jump. Right here. Just a little over 300,000. Okay, so just a little over 300,000. Let's go back. How much did we have here? It was a little under 300,000. So yeah, I'm going to make a prediction that we're going to see somewhere really close to 200 million in volume today. That's where I'm going to go for. I'm going to say like a range of like 190 to 210. I'll write that down. $190 to 210 in volume. That's big. That's absolutely huge. And as we saw in 610 when we went back there, you know, we did have a down day even though we had that much volume for that day. So, and I do believe that we're going to see under 30. Looks like you guys struggled this morning. You got off on a good start, and then it kind of got away from you a little bit, which is okay. Oh boy. Price prediction. I need a price prediction. John gave me his. I didn't really look. I mean, I looked at it, but I didn't I felt like I was supposed to go first today, so I'm gonna pretend I didn't see it. Volume increasing. Let me see where my trend is coming in at here. If we closed inside this trend, it would put us up at $36 to 41. That's a pretty big increase to get us back up in that trend. I definitely believe that they're going to try and push the price down lower. If they're going to get money out of their put options, they want it lower. I feel like I'm going to just leave my price range where it's at, 39 and 42 again. It might be too early, like that might be tomorrow. So if they start covering today, and that means they're going to have to start buying shares. If they start buying shares now, the price is going to increase, and you would see them trying to hedge their bets against that. And so you'd see a lot of options showing up here in the actually right in the price range that I'm talking about, where they do have some of the larger numbers that they have. Let's refresh this one more time and see if it updates. So 28 to 46. You got a 32 in there. 28 to 46. Still the same. I'm going to go with 36 to 39. Yeah, 36 to 39 I think is going to be my price prediction for the day. Congratulations again. I don't know if I said it on the live stream. I want to give credit due to John. He got his 3rd point for tally for price prediction. We came in above 32.60 at the end of the close for the day yesterday. So he got another point. It was right there, right within the middle of, almost smack dab middle in his price prediction. Yeah, 36 to 39 is what I'm going to guesstimate the close to be today. Again, bearish on my part. How do I remain so positive? I do not know. Let's see. Let me look up what John had put down. John put... $28 to 31. I used to play chess with myself, and you're probably going like, yeah, but you already saw his numbers. I have this really weird way of being able to forget things. But I used to play chess with myself, and if you've ever done that, you know obviously what your moves are going to be from one side of the chessboard. So it's kind of an interesting game to play by yourself against yourself, because you know what your moves are, and so you almost have to play this mind trick on yourself that I'm not going to pretend that I know what myself is thinking. I'm going to try and guess what myself is thinking. And I know this sounds so strange, but you can really play chess against yourself. And it's almost like you're coming up, like you're looking at the board fresh every single time you go to make a move. And you're going like, ooh, what could happen here? What if I did this, this, and this? And it's actually really interesting to play chess by yourself. But that's how I blocked what he had said earlier when he had sent it to me. So now I will get Eric's prediction, and we will be set. I will give him our predictions, and then tomorrow Eric gets to go first. 36 to 39 for me. $28 to 31 for John. And he'll probably go right in the middle. Watch, I'm going to guess he's going to say 30. I think he's going to go 29 to 33. Or 29 to 32, rather. We'll see here. Let me go ahead and start changing some of our price predictions. Yeah, John's letting me know my camera's off. I know. I'm kind of. I was leaving off some of the stuff so that people could see what it was that I was doing earlier, and I don't know. I don't know why I turned off the. I never bothered to turn on the camera this morning. It was. I think it was on for a reason. I don't know what it was. I was just kind of like, my eyes. they're they're drooping today. Let's see. John is at 28 to 31. We'll see. I might actually have to call John even. There's a strong possibility that we could start the morning off lower than his price prediction, which would put him as an even for the day. I'm gonna go ahead and move Eric down because I have a feeling I know where he's gonna go. Watch him come in at 29. I'm just gonna move him down here just because we'll see what he thinks though. Oh, no, that's not what I was saying. I think he's gonna come in at like 30. I think that's what I said. John, I saw your message, but I'm not sure what you mean by that. I still don't think I understand. I'm not going to lock Eric's in place because I don't know. What was I at again? I was at 36 to 39. I'll just leave that 39 there and drop the 42 down to 36. Because we're making so John's asked me why don't I put bearish, bullish, or sideways based off of our closing price from the previous day rather than opening price, and the reason for that is because we're making price predictions based off of we know that the indicators. I mean, you could have an aftermarket hours, and I know you don't do this, John, but I do. You know that the aftermarket hours could have major swings in it, and if we all see that the market swings up massively in the aftermarket hours, that's going to affect, even though you say you don't use aftermarket hours prediction, but I guarantee you that, say for example, we closed at 33.43 and aftermarket hours rose to like $36, $39. There's no way you're picking 20 whatever it was that you picked. There's no way you'd be picking 28 to 31. So that's why I use market open conditions to decide whether you're bearish, bullish, or neutral, because it is going to play, not every single day, but it will play into effect as to what your price prediction for the day is, the aftermarket hours, especially if you see a swing like that. So that's why I use those numbers. It has like if we all saw, it could go the other direction too, right? If we all saw the aftermarket hours, we close at 33.43, you see a trend right now at 31.52. That's got to play a little bit into what you're thinking about for the price for the day to day. There's just no way that it couldn't. Um, Especially if it, went down to 25. Like, to me, if I saw it go down to 25 in aftermarket hours, I would be sitting there thinking like, there's no way it's going to continue to go down further, and I would be using that even for more positive adjustment upwards. So I think these aftermarket hours, our prediction is based off of what's going to happen for today's date, and I think we have to include that as a factor. So John's asking, like why am I using opening market price to determine our position? Right, exactly. But if he's saying as long as the price in the after hours falls within his channel, his price still stays or remains the same. And that's my point. Is in after hours, it could fall outside of your channel. I know it's happened plenty of times in the past where aftermarket hours has deviated from channels before, and changes our outlook on what the day is going to look like. So that's why I use opening prices. I think it has an impact on how we feel about the future. I mean, if we based it off of the closing price from yesterday, as an example, um, if Eric does come in with a price similar to what I'm looking at, then the only person who would be bullish would be me. But I think there's a fair statement to say that if the say Eric's price range is $30 to $33, if that happens, there's definitely room for him. That's if it opens up in the middle and it closes in the middle inside of his price range, that's a neutral. But I'd be marking him down as being um, bearish. So I don't understand how he could open and close the day inside of his range and call him bearish. That just doesn't make sense to me. And I'm assuming that's going to be his price range. I don't know that yet for sure. For sure, he's still got a couple minutes left here. Let's see. Duncan says volume on 3541 on calls. How does the puts look like? Does sound strange, but I'll allow it. Pull the puts back up over here. Let's before I refresh, we'll just look at what it was before. So really heavy position on $35 with 77,000 contracts open. The $30 is probably a secondary runner up to that. I imagine, but they do have 22,000. This is the interesting thing. So they have 22,000 down at 25. If they blow past 30, say that like market open, if they blow past 30, and to me, if it looks like they can continue to drive it down to 25 without any kind of resistance, they will probably keep these options and try and collect even more money on some of these while shooting for 25. If they don't, if they're having a difficult time, we'll probably see them sell off some of these positions here, collect the money on those, and then possibly reposition some of them, some more money around to maybe even try and drive the price down further. Maybe save it for next week. 27 to 30 for Eric. Eric is coming in at 27 to 30 just before the buzzer. He's lower than I thought. Oh man, dang it. That thing's supposed to be locked. Oh, we'll just delete it now. Eric coming in just slightly lower than John. Volume nearly at 1 million shares traded at 7:30 my time or 8:30 Eastern Standard Time with 1 hour left in pre-market. Yeah, Eric's reasoning for his pricing today, and I would imagine is probably pretty strong reasoning for John as well, is I don't think we are, well, actually I think John's going off of a channel that we're trending down that he's got us on, and I can show you that channel right here. That cannot be right. Let's see. I think John's got this channel set up right here. Something that probably looks like this. I'm trying to roughly guesstimate what he's looking at. If that's his channel, then we finish the day kind of like in that range that he's set up there, 28 to 31. This is a channel that I set up quite a few days ago that is not holding right now. We're kind of trending below that. We've fallen onto a new path. We got outside of it a couple days back, and actually we're inside the channel right here. We fell out of the channel that I had set up on the 13th. Dipped just below it on the 13th, and then have stayed below that. And he's right. John's looking at this new channel downwards, which is a little bit more of a decreased channel. It's more of a downwards trend than this one. So I think that's where John's coming up with his price. Eric's coming up with his price. He says, I don't think we are low enough for a bounce yet, and all those puts want to make more money. So yeah, I would agree with both of what they're saying today. The only reason that I'm guessing different than they are is due to the volume. While I do agree that they can drop the price even with a 200 million volume day, I think that we'll see a low price in the beginning of the day today, followed by a higher price in the ending portion of the day. It could hit in aftermarket hours. I mean, if you look at my price range right here, aftermarket hours would, if it kicked back up just aftermarket, say it closed somewhere down here, $29 or something like that, in their inside their ranges, it definitely could kick back up into that $38 range in the aftermarket hours, which would be what I'm looking at. So I might be thinking a little too far into the future, but I'm going to stick with it. I already called it, and that's what I'm sticking with. Let's see where the market opens at before I put their positions down as far as being bearish or bullish. I will change mine because that's not going to change. And let me draw a Fibonacci retracement, get some more lines on this page to confuse even more people, right? I mean, I'm going to get rid of this. And let's go back out to 1 month. Let's go back out 1 month and take a look at a swing that we had back here. We probably could have gone back less than that. I think I'm going to base my Fibonacci retracement off of this day right here, the 8th. Because that's kind of the movement that we want to see. And let's see how it lines up. We'll move back to the 8th and draw that out. Heading back in time. Gotta go way up here. Looks like we had like a big swing. So here's the swing right here. Went from 38 all the way up to 49, $10, $11. Let's draw that. You bastard. Weeble's acting up on me today. Oh, they're killing me. I might have to restart Weeble. Let's try this again. I like my Fibonacci retracements to be yellow. We'll go back down to 1 minute and see how that looks. Not a whole lot of lines down here. I might need to pick something a little more current. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Let's go with this. This will jump up in price right here. We'll start small. Might even have to go back further. Or closer, I mean, to where we're trading at right now. Yeah, let's do that. Alright, I'm just going to go real close. We're going to look at this based off of what we want right now. What kind of levels of support do we want right now? What do we want to see? 50%, the 50% mark on this trend right here would be 31.52. Let's see how that draws out here. It's slightly off. I mean, I can run with it. I'm good with that for now. We'll take a look at that later, and I'll just draw up some changes in the charting if I feel like I need to later. $1.08 million shares traded at 7:38 in the morning. Definitely seeing a big increase in volume for the day-to-day. You know, so John's looking at it from the perspective of a trend, which is actually a bullish trend. but he's still predicting that we're going to continue to stay within that trend for the day. Eric is predicting it based off of options, and I'm doing a little bit of options, volume, and also a trend. And do realize, looking at the page, I am behind in tally marks. I am behind by 1 point. So, they've been more accurate predictions than I have, taking everything into consideration. I do think that the last few days that I've been extremely bullish in contrast to what I should have been. I'm anticipating a reversal in our movement, and I think I've just been kind of hopeful and more positive about where we're going in the near future. Wow. I didn't realize that the candlestick had gone up to 32.26 on that 801. My stream says that we're getting pretty bad connectivity. I can't really help it. That's I don't know what causes it. My neighborhood's weird. My neighborhood's weird, and my service provider won't do anything about it. So, oh, I gotta answer the door real quick. Okay, I am back. Let me see if there's something else I can take off on my internet here that will help. Not really. Alright, I'm doomed. Poor internet. We're currently trading below the VWAP. 31.47 is the price, with 1.09 million shares traded. Let's see, we're down 5.83% since the closing. GME is actually doing worse than us. Yeah, I hear you. All right, putting it closer. Let's see here. We have looking to see how many shares they've loaned out. So they returned a bunch of shares again. So they borrowed. You guys probably saw. I don't know, for those of you who were here earlier. They started off the day with 650,000 shares available to borrow. Then they added 50,000, so it went up to 700,000, and then it was zero. They've since returned 550,000 shares to it, so I will change that value. Actually, I'm not tracking this anymore. I'm not gonna write these values down because I was way off on my tracking for this. I was trying to come up with like an average that I was, just kind of watching this throughout the day and trying to keep a track of how many shares they're borrowing, and I'll pull this up for you. I've just been off, so anywhere between 800,000 to a million or 1.2 million Yesterday, I think I estimated like 600,000 or something like that shares borrowed. I mean, no, it was 400,000 shares borrowed. If you added 1.2 to that, it'd be 1.6 million shares traded or borrowed. And if you go to Ortex and you look, it was actually way more than that. They increased from 100.2 to 102.2, so 2 million shares borrowed on the day yesterday. I'm not even close. The highest I would have predicted would have been 1.6 million, which would have had me off by 400,000. So I'm not gonna continue to calculate that out anymore. It's just I'm not even coming close. Um, Exciting though that they are up 2 million shares on loan. That's a lot of shares. That is a lot of shares to be on loan. I think that should excite people, because what would be the point in taking shares out on loan if you were able to purchase the shares off the market due to paper hands, right? It, why? Why would you do that? That just doesn't make any sense. I can't think of any particular reason why somebody would borrow 2 million shares if paper-handed people were just selling like crazy due to the price dropping. So yeah, it is costing them to drop the price like they're doing, and it doesn't cost us anything to sit here and watch them look like they're struggling for life. You know, we've got the proverbial chokehold on right now, right? We've got the chokehold on, and these guys these guys are like, fighting tooth and nail. They are throwing every dagger at us they can. They are kicking, punching, and screaming. And some of the YouTube, I watched some of the YouTube videos last night, and TMI was talking about money being offered to people to say that they sold. They were offering like $10,000 to people just to say that they sold. What? Wow! Like, here's 10,000 bucks, and not even sell your position. Just say you did. I'd take the $10,000 from them, and then never do anything. I'd be like, thanks, and then I'd buy some more shares. And then I'd tell everybody, I'd be like, hey, everyone, guess what? I just got 10,000 free dollars for nothing, and I would actually have them draw up a contract. Let's put that on paper. Let's put it on paper that you went ahead and told me to say I would sell my shares for $10,000, and then that way I can show the whole world the manipulation that's going on, please. And I will happily pocket that $10,000, put it right into AMC, and I would tell everybody, this is what happened. I'll act like I've not experienced this. I've read about it on Reddit. So, but there was a guy, I think last week on Reddit or something. He had posted about how he had got conned into meeting this girl on the internet, and it didn't sound like this guy was well off. He had to get an Uber ride to where it was that he was going to meet her, and it was far enough away where it cost him like $70 or something like that to get over there. Then it turns out when he gets there that it's more of a pay for sex kind of thing, and so he drops like, I don't remember how much it was, like $200 or $300. He's like, what the hell? I'm here anyways. I might as well pay for it. And then she's like, okay, come on into the house, and he goes into the house, and it's just some random dude, and he's like, can I help you? And he's like, yeah, I'm supposed to meet so and so, and he's like, you got the wrong place. And he's like, oh, so he walks out and then contacts the girl, and she's like, oh yeah, I'm almost at your location. There was an accident. I'll come and pick you up. And she just keeps going down the road with getting him to just pay more and more money. For fuck's sake, now they're not going to offer you 10K. Don't give away the game plan. This video is going to get deleted. No, I know. But I mean, I'm a nobody. They're not going to offer me $10,000. It's going to be somebody that's, worthy of their time. you know, if they were smart, if any of these YouTubers were smart, they would do what I said I would do. They would get it in a contract. I'd love to see them try to, try and hold that an illegal contract up in court. Market manipulation. Please, please try to hold that up in court. Oh man, that would be awesome. Thank you for the 10K. They would probably, my guess is they would probably force you to do it before you'd get paid, and that would be the trick, right? They're not actually going to pay them ever. They get them to say it, and then they pay them, or they might actually pay them, but I'd like to know. It was really strange when it was actually just prior to um, the last time we had a big price increase. I'm gonna read this to you guys. Because this is actually really kind of interesting. I had this. I wonder if I can find it in my messages. I had this chat with somebody on Reddit who claimed that they were um, somebody who used to work as a shill. Uh, I showed it to my kids. They're kind of older, my boys, and they kind of felt like it was a possible, like just somebody just trying to just mess with me, but not necessarily a shill. But they see if I can find it. It might take me a few minutes. I didn't really talk about it at all to anybody. I think I may have mentioned it once to John. I'm having a difficult time finding this message. One thing I was gonna say, if you guys find like a shill account on Reddit, if you're a redditor at all, um, one of the things that I did was I kind of, in a roundabout way, friended one of these shill, what I felt was a shill account on there, um, just because I wanted to see what it was that they were saying, what they had to say. I wanted to get the other side of what's happening, and they kept sending me a bunch of messages that were always talking about trying to get into other stocks, joining discords that were groups of people who were supposedly in the know of what stocks to avoid and what stocks to go to. And everything this guy was saying was always very, very negative about AMC. Uh, and he kept asking me what my position was, and I'd be honest with him and told him I was still sticking around. But uh, you know, um, it's good to know what the enemy has in their arsenal. Man, I cannot find this. Yeah, it's interesting to see. A lot of people, a lot of shill accounts are promoting these Discord channels, and I'm not sure exactly why. Man, I cannot find this. Okay, I just went through all of my chat messages and I cannot seem to find the one where I'm talking about this with this one dude, but it was definitely interesting to see what he had to say. He was talking about how his account got banned. It sounded to me like what had happened was he was claiming to be a shill that had been caught and was banned from Reddit for, I guess, whatever it was he was doing. Um, and so he had created a new account and was changing his, I guess, for whatever reason, was changing his where he stood on being a shill, and just said a bunch of stuff about how like kind of giving away like how they operated and I don't know. I feel like it could again when I showed it to my kids, they were like, "Yeah, that's just somebody messing with you." I'm looking for a pattern right now. I can't really say that I see one. I'll tell you what pattern I do see. Look at volume increasing. 1.2 million. That's awesome. We have a sell wall of 15,444 shares at $31.36. They don't want this to climb back up beyond that. We have quite a few buy walls ourselves at like $31. Look at the order flow, guys. Look, what is this? You don't see this very often. One, 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 one. These are patterns. 10, 25, 10. Something's going on here. Let me remove my picture so you guys can see it. Typically seeing when you see small single shares being purchased like this, or even double-digit numbers that are really small like this, it's usually an attempt to drive the price down. But interestingly enough, the price is driving up. I don't know quite what's going on there. I don't know what to make of it. My goodness, is it going up? Come on, guys, chill out. It's not even the start of the market yet. I need a blast off later. You know, this might be another beer morning. If we hit 40 bucks, I'm cracking a beer. Ugh, excuse me. I guess at the age of 45, you can still go through puberty. I went back. I was doing the video editing from 2 days ago when we saw the options just kind of disappear, and it looked like the prices. Let's look at that again real quick here, since we see them shooting up like it is. And I'm doing the editing for that right now. The software that I'm using, the free software, is just horrific. It's absolutely horrific. So I'm pulling up the options again here. Let's check them out. We've got 77 and 53. Let's just remember those numbers. At 35, we got 77 and 53 at 30. Let's see if those change. Still there. Let's just keep watching that. Because if this shoots up too far in price, that it's gonna. I think it could trip some kind of breaker that they have, like it did 2 days ago, where they try to stop the momentum. They reposition their options, and then gain back on, I guess. Never lose your inner child. Man, I tell you what, for a 45-year-old guy, I have probably way too much inner child in me. And I keep saying 45 over and over and over because I'm trying to get used to it. Now that I own it for 2 days, I got to get used to saying 45, because I think I was actually saying 45 when I was 44, because I lost track of time and just thought that I was 40. I guess I just started rounding. So I get to be 45 2 years in a row. I don't really have to get used to it anymore. Now I am 45. My wife got these small little balloons that I stuck. She stuck in my can over here, but it's my 45 birthday balloons that she put inside of my Bob Ross positive energy drink that she bought me, which I have it sitting off to the side here so I can just remember to have positive energy, like you're saying, the inner child. Okay, so they're shorting it again. They're dropping it back down. We kind of hit this like level of resistance at about 3180 and bounce back off of that. Let's see. I was gonna pull up those options one more time. Just want to see what happens to these. So 77 and 53. I don't know that they can trade these in the pre-market. They're still there. The worst, I don't know. I really don't know how that works, but I don't know that they can trade those in the pre-market hours. And if that's the case, if they got stuck with those with the price driving up, ugh, that would be tough on them. If you could imagine one of the biggest fights we would see would be where they got stuck with those. they would definitely fight us. The options chain, or the order book chain, still seeing a lot of really low odd numbers here in the buy side. There was a period of time I recall when somebody was mentioning on Reddit that if you really wanted to uh, screw with them, that you would buy in small increments, one share. And the reason is that it somehow messes up their order books or something. I'm not really sure. I don't really know that I buy into it. It was just kind of an interesting thing to read. How's all your all's mental health today? You guys still kind of hanging in there? I know yesterday was rough. Actually, the whole last week's been rough. Uh, I had a little bit of a downer last night, just kind of thinking about everything, and and every time I do, I just go back and I start looking at all the numbers, and I just remind myself that, especially this morning, seeing that they borrowed 2 million shares yesterday. You don't borrow 2 million shares when you're getting shares off the market that people are selling to you. You just don't. If we see another big day of loans taken out in shares, that would lead me to believe that there just aren't really getting very many off the market, and they're continuously trying to short this down to create that fear in investors. Uh, I ended this show about an hour early, maybe even hour and 45 minutes early. Part of it was I needed to go spend some time with my wife, and then I love her to death. She's a great woman, and she needs me sometimes too. So I went spent some time with her for kind of like my break, which I took a little early, and then that last hour, I really kind of wanted to work on the video that I'm trying to put together, and the software that I'm using is just horrendous. So my son and I worked on it for a little bit, about an hour, um, and then I called it kind of quits for the day and walked away from it because I needed some relaxed downtime. And so I'll be working on that again later today, possibly. I might work on it over the weekend. If it takes me a week to put this out, that's fine. It doesn't really matter because um, it's not like something like that is going to um, change everybody's mind about where we're going with this. It's just documented information to show. Um, Still none preparing for red until end of Monday. Even considering cashing in the rest I have in other stocks, only around 4K. If we dip even harder, 24 support line. Yeah. Yeah. Wouldn't that be funny if somebody had created like a support line for a hotline for people to call? we, no, man, we're all good here. We're all good. Welcome to the support line, Ape support line. How can we help you on your way to the moon? A little bit of a cup forming right now. Looks like we might go back up, test this $31.80 again, and if it does bounce off that again, and maybe down to 31.67, it could pop after that. We we're not supposed to be a community because I guess inside not insider trading, market manipulation through groups is not I guess is illegal, so we're not really supposed to be a community, but we are. And I know that investors out there, institutional investors, they talk and we talk, and that's okay. It's okay for us to talk about things, and if you need support, I'm here for you. Come here, ask questions, you know t- tell me how you're feeling, because sometimes it helps to just talk about, make sure that we all feel the same way. uh, there is a sell wall of 30,000 shares at $32. This this is a level of protection, right? if we saw, so let me tell you what we would see in the order book if we saw people selling. What you would see in the order book is people trying to come in at market asking price. So you would see it just continuously getting lower and lower and lower. This 31,960 share sell wall at $32 even is them trying to prevent us from moving upwards in price. And it's getting tested right now and it's not even disappearing. Okay, this is a fight to keep us from continuing forward. This is not people selling shares right here. It's not even going away. It's gotten tested a couple times now and it's staying there. That should encourage you. They're still fighting us. That's how much of a fight they're willing to put up. Typically these sell walls get hit and then they just disappear almost instantly. They absolutely are fighting, resisting 100% with this $32 range. They do not want this going over $32. You know, let these fights, grow courage inside of you and knowing that this is still a thing. Like Trey says, it's not a dead cat. It's not a dead cat at all. Hit pieces on the media. Um, it's not. Earlier, I really don't like this Fibonacci. I'm gonna delete it. I gotta find something better. Let me kind of look back here. Maybe I can draw something off of this. This one would have 3209 as a level of resistance. Maybe I'll take that. It's pretty close. We could adjust the bottom side here just a little to the next point and see. No, that gives us. Let's see how this holds up right here. It doesn't look quite right. That actually looks pretty good right there. We blew past 32. I shouldn't say blew. We got past 32. Volume's at 1.54. We still have not started. If we see 3 million volume before the start of today, that would be absolutely incredible. One thing that I was mentioning, I think, to John earlier today, or maybe even said it on the show, we know that the ammunition is coming from BlackRock, Vanguard, all these big institutional investors are loaning shares to all the hedge funds in order to short this stock so that they can do naked shorting and whatnot. They're the ones that are fighting against the hedge funds as well with us while trying to make a profit off of them. They're making double profits. They're making profits off of us, and then they're also trying to make profits off of all the hedge funds as well. And then, as a third point of investment, they also have positions inside of AMC themselves as institutional investors. So they're making money 3 different ways, at least, at the very minimum. And so what happens? What happens to that to them if they start to see Apes lose interest in this stock? What happens is that they'll realize that something has to change, and so they'll there's a couple things they could do. They could back away from the position entirely, right? Just start to exit or walk away, which would be selling to the market, right? And the hedge funds will buy those, which will increase the price. Okay. 2, they could stop selling shares or providing ammunition to the hedge funds to help drive the price up, because then the hedge funds, once the ammunition starts drying off, they will start becoming desperate. You'll see short interest skyrocket. You'll see You'll see volume decrease, and they won't be able to borrow or loan shares anywhere, and you'll see super desperation to try and get shares. Again, the ultimate result of that would also be a price increase. So it really doesn't matter one way or the other. We're going to see a price increase when something like that happens. So I think from the position of the whales, I'm going to go ahead and call them whales, the or BlackRock and Vanguard are probably looking at investor stamina, investor willingness to stay in the fight, and if they see it weakening, um, and they want to make more money on this, then they're going to have to do something more to fight this to get the price to go the other direction, right? And when that happens, that's going to be in our favor, and it's gonna encourage us. So, and we may be seeing that breaking point a little bit, um, just based off of what I'm seeing on Reddit alone. You can see how everybody's going like, I'm still in, I'm still in. You know, everybody's pumping right now, trying to stay positive. You know, and I think that the whales will see that, and that they're going to have to step up to do something in order to change the direction the price is heading. So you know, that's something to look forward to. And again, earlier when I pulled that up on here, you know, we were looking at the institutional ownership, and you've got over the last, you know, since 7/9, we've had 4 sales of about 100 shares, but we had 8 or 9 million or something like that in purchased shares. Maybe it was 7 million. I forget. I added it all up earlier, but overwhelmingly, there's a lot more purchases in shares than there's sales. Now, of course, this is on a 15 or 14-day delay. And so tomorrow's actually going to be a big day for us to see what's going to happen, because on I'm pulling up the calendar here, but on um, 7/2, it was kind of a down day that day, where we could have seen a lot of investors changing their mind about whether they wanted to be in these positions, and that data is going to get reported to us tomorrow. So when we look at that, when we come to this chart tomorrow, we can come and look and see when we had a big down day, kind of big down day. You know, what happened? Did the institutional investors say, "Oh hell no," and they exited their positions, or did they hold and buy even more? It'll be interesting to see tomorrow, and we'll check that out. We're still hovering right around that $32 price. You can see the Fibonacci that I set up here. I'll go ahead and make it yellow again. $32 does seem to be a point of resistance. I got it at 32.02. They are still trying to fight off that value. I'm going to check out the shares borrowed. Still kind of looks the same, so not a whole lot of movement there. Options I'm going to look at. Are they changing their opinion on options? 77 at 35, 53 at 30. Nope, no change. I haven't even pulled up AMC News this morning. I'm just tired of seeing the hit pieces. I'll pull it up and look though. 2 hours ago, So somebody, MarketWatch, repeated the same information. This we've already seen this story before. I'll drag it over. This is an old story. We'll get rid of the tallies. Old story. A robot run fund prefers AMC to Facebook or GameStop. It also likes these stocks. But we already heard about that. It was, I believe, they sold Facebook, and what was the other one? Was it Tesla? No, it wasn't Tesla. Tesla was like kind of almost like the name of it. AMOM, I think, was the fund. Yeah, AMOM. Let me see if I can remember from memory. Don't tell me. My memory's so crap. Was it Apple? Let's look and see. Oh, wait. I haven't seen it yet. I'm gonna go back to the top. It was Walmart, I think. Let's go back down. Let's see. Yep, Facebook or Walmart. Here it is right here. Believe it or not, I did remember Walmart just before I got to reading it. Oh, John's saying Netflix as well. I don't see that in the. Okay, so it says Facebook, Walmart, Home Depot, Adobe, and Texas Instruments together represented about 28% of the fund's holdings in June, but all 5 stocks were completely removed in the latest rebalancing at the beginning of July. The artificial intelligence controlling the fund believes these stocks will see price declines across the month. The standout among the stocks added in July was AMC, down 15.04%. The cinema chain that, along with GameStop, has epitomized the meme stock trading frenzy in 2021. You know, that's cool. It's cool to see MarketWatch's putting up something positive as a news piece. That's cool. Still hovering at $32. I believe I had said earlier in the week that 32.25 was like some kind of like number that, if I recall correctly, was the number that kind of where they started losing some money on some of their put options. So that could be the reason why we're seeing so much resistance at 32. They may not want to have to reposition those options, sell them off and reposition them. We have a wall at 32.25 exactly at 5,000 shares. Not very much. And that wall is just absolutely decimated just now. Oh, that's not bad. My mom's sending me a picture. She had surgery yesterday. It sounded like it was. It sounded really bad, but she sent me a picture of the scar. She's healing really nicely. It looks great. I think they did a good job. That's gonna turn into nothing. I don't know if she's listening to the stream or not right now, but that's gonna turn into nothing. She won't even notice that in a year. It'll be nothing. Okay, so price is definitely heading up. 32.47. We're having a nice little pre to open market rally here. I'm going to be excited to start the launch today. We are almost 2 million shares. I think we could probably get to 2 million shares at open market open. That's pretty impressive compared to what we've seen in the past. I don't want to get my hopes up too much for the day, guys, but I like this. I like what I'm seeing. Let's look at those options, see if they kind of went away. 77 and 53. I have to keep saying it. It's me. 77 and 53. 77 and 53. Still the same. No change as of yet. And like I said before, they may not be able to exit these positions pre-market hours. They might have to wait for the stock market to open to exit those positions. And that could be why they're still there. So if this price continues to drive upwards and they can't control this and get it back down into a price where they can sell those, they're going to start being out money on those. Sell wall at 32.50 for 5,000. The inflow outflow doesn't update until the market opens. We've got about just a little under 3 minutes left before I start the opening rocket launch for the day. Short share interest is at 15.91, where it's getting close to breaking that 16%. As far as more articles for the day, stocks making the biggest moves pre-market: Morgan Stanley, AIG, AMC, United Health, and others. The market as a whole, this will probably be the last thing I do before I start the show, because it does take a second to update. We are in a negative beta to the rest of the market. If the rest of the market is doing poorly, we should be doing better. I think I'm going to send a ticket to Weeble and kind of let them know that this is happening. It seems awfully long to update a page like this. And I don't think it has anything to do with my internet connection at all. I mean, if we can have a live ticker that's reading off the information, I don't see why this would be lagging. Okay, we'll go ahead and stick with this data because I don't see it updating. So 4,443 decliners versus 2,173 advancers. I mean, this all looks like really still old data, but we'll run with it for now. Okay, T-minus 1 minute to the start of the entry of the show. I'm going to pull myself off video-wise. And good morning, guys, and happy launch. Too early.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and then.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Good morning, apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and we're screwing the hedgy. Oh man, let's just keep this up. I'm okay with that. We can. I'm okay. Let's just keep this up for a while. Let's return to some kind of upper atmosphere levels. 6.6 million in the first minute, says Duncan. Yeah, yeah, man, it's great. 10.9, 10, almost 11 million with 3 minutes into this. That is some beautiful volume. Like I said, I wrote it down earlier. Volume, I'm predicting 190 to 210 today. Um, yeah, I'm not gonna get my hopes up, but let's look at those options. I have not refreshed. 77 and 53. Let's see if they're getting screwed. They're still there, 77 and 53. Okay, they still think they can pull it off. So let's watch what happens. The higher this goes, the more money they're gonna lose on those put options. It's infinite, right? That's what it says. And here's the thing: if nobody buys, if nobody wants to buy their options, meaning we don't sell, if nobody's selling and we're just buying as this goes up, those guys get stuck with infinite losses. Infinite. It just becomes more and more. If I had to guess, this could have been a bull trap for options, right? These whale investors that I was talking about before, they let it get down and down and down, and they were weighing. They could have been weighing Apes' encouragement and what was happening, and they saw that we maybe reached a little bit of a breaking point. But they also needed to see the hedge funds put in a major position. And I have to say, there's quite a bit of a position out there right now that they're getting caught with their pants down on. This, if they can't drive this price back down, it's going to hurt them immensely. Especially if nobody wants to buy these options. I don't think they can just cover. I think they have to get somebody to buy them. I'm not sure on that. I'm not sure exactly on the back end of puts how those work. But if somebody knows better than I do, let me know. Guess they think they can drop it. Yeah, they do. They either think they can drop it or they can't sell the positions. Right? Like they have to have either. I think they have to have the money, or the shares to return them, because they're borrowed. I'm not sure how that works. I'm not really sure how that works. John says that it's testing the upper limit of his channel that we had talked about earlier. On my channel that I had created before, this is the drive that puts us back up into the channel that I had created several days out. But the channel that he's referring to is this channel right here that was going down. So it's if I draw that channel, I don't want that. Those touch points would be something along the lines of this probably. This is if I had to take a kind of a guess at what John's talking about. This would be the channel that you're seeing right here that he's talking about, kind of at a 5-minute scale. It's testing outside of it right here. So yeah, so it is trying to drive outside of its channel. It looks like it's making it outside of it. It's definitely going back into this long-term channel. If we see this drive outside this channel, the sky's the limit. It really is the limit. I quite honestly would see it kind of coming back up into this channel and kind of leveling out at some point. It's well into it right now. I could see us leveling out. It's kind of at my lower level of $36. At that price, I could see it kind of starting to level off a little. 18 million shares traded in the first 8 minutes. Volume is looking wonderful. Guys, remember this moment. The next time we see a drop like this, remember this moment. Remember how you felt this last week. Remember it so well, because this is not going to be the first time. We will feel this again. I guarantee you, we will feel this again. We may even feel it again today. That's incredibly possible. On the GME swing, they had it happen twice in one day where they felt a 60% drop. Okay, remember that feeling. Don't let that feeling get away from you, because it's going to happen again, and you got to remember that this changes. That's just the nature of this stock. It's nothing like anything I have ever seen before. So it kind of had gone outside of what John was talking about, his channel. It tested it right there and did not make it out. If we saw this candle or the next candle turn into red candles, I would call it a bear trap. So that's something to watch out for. So far, it's just green. Again, we're testing that channel. And I'm going to just go ahead and delete this Fibonacci. I don't know why I try. Pricing for the day. I am going to put both John and Eric in bear territory. The price did open up low or higher than either of their predictions. In fact, it was in between John's upper and my lower. Let's look at those options again. When those disappear, it gives us an indication that something is happening. I don't know what. 77 and 53. Still there. Just looking at shares borrowed, I don't see anything happening going on with that on the stonk tracker. Yesterday, the dark pool percentage of trades was 63.4%. Oh shoot, I didn't do this. Coming over to look at GME, they have higher inflow than outflow by just 2 points. They're also on a very nice incline, coming back on going green for the day here very soon. We are already in the green for the day, currently up 4%, up almost $1.50, or a little over $1.50. but what I wanted to see was inflow versus outflow. We are 156 versus 145, so we're doing pretty nicely. There's 11. That's 11 points right there. We're struggling to get over that 30. It looks like $35 is kind of like a mark that we're struggling with. I wouldn't put it past the next marker being possibly a red marker. A red candlestick. Let's watch and see what happens. This is kind of a crucial moment here. Either it continues to shoot up more. You know, this is a key point where we might see FOMO start hitting. You know, investors are maybe looking at this going like, is it really going to take? They're waiting to see what's going to happen. 15 minutes into this is not really enough for them to really come in droves. So, you know, we're breaking past it. Okay, there we go again. There's the next candlestick. We are definitely driving past that channel. At some point, you're going to see investors coming in here with FOMO. That's going to be a step where we're going to start seeing a change, right? That's what's really going to happen. You're going to really start seeing FOMO hit. People are going to come in and they're going to buy, and that's going to hit the price super hard. We drove DAC down underneath 35. We're kind of struggling with that 35 number. I'm really surprised. I keep refreshing the stonk tracker. I'm really surprised to see that they haven't borrowed more shares yet. Whatever they have available in order to short the stock is got to be getting depleted because I'm watching the numbers get smaller and smaller and smaller. I don't see how. I mean, okay, we got a total of like two of the big numbers. We got a total of about 4,000 left, 4,500 left here. Now it's down to 1,300 and gone. No big walls. Oh, I'm on the 5-minute scale. I apologize, guys. I didn't even recognize what I was doing. So sorry. Okay, on the 1-minute scale, it kind of shows a little bit more of that gradual trend. I'm gonna go back to the 5-minute just because I want to see what happens to the next candle. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a red one. Okay, there's a big chunk. $35 at 15,000. They pushed us underneath the $35 mark, and they're really trying to keep us underneath that. They got a big chunk of shares there. We just tested it, and it disappeared. If you wanted to buy shares this morning in the pre-market, would have been the time. I mean, of course, there's always a chance to get in on this stock now, while it's still at $35, and try and ride some kind of nice. I mean, it's a few bucks up from where it was. This does kind of feel a little bit like a stall out right here. I want to see what this next candle does. 5 minutes is a long time. I can't wait. If the last week has been sort of like watching the grass grow in a drought, this morning looks like watching the grass grow after a thunderstorm. Yeah. It's definitely motivating to see a morning like this where volume really picks up. We're at 15, 16, 18 minutes into the day with 28 million shares traded so far. We're struggling at that $35 mark to kind of drive past it. If we get much past that 35. These options have to disappear. 77 to 53. If they don't get rid of these options, they're going to get stuck with a lot of money on the table. Boom, gone. They're gone, folks. I know the last time I got excited about this, you know, it didn't really pan out for us for the day, but this is good to see. This means that they are not confident about being able to continue to hold those prices down. Super, super good to see. The long positions also gone as well. So this is again the same similar story to what we saw last week. Now what I want to do is, and I said I would do this next time, is I'm going to pull up GME option chain, and somebody in the chat room just throw out some just random stock that's like a blue chip stock for me, please. I won't make it something that I want to see. I want it to be something you guys want to see. We're going to look at the options on those and see if they're also low as well real quickly. We want to see, okay, GME's options pretty low. I'm not sure what they normally are around, but those still look pretty low. Somebody in the chat, throw something out at me. Some random stock. Blue chip, preferably. Come on, somebody. I need, there's 4 of you. Somebody put something in. General Motors. Ooh, I can't spell. General Motors. Option chain. Okay, again, I don't know what they normally look like. Those are pretty small numbers considering their price is about what we run at in a couple weeks ago. I don't know how heavily they're normally traded, but there's not a whole lot of options out there, at least on the calls, on the puts. It's pretty low. I don't know. I don't normally look at that, Duncan, so but those look like some low values to me. If I had to guess, investors are kind of pushing for the price that it's around right now. 57.50 to 58. We should see in the AMC options, we should see these, the ones that they had, that they sold, should get repositioned. Right? What I have, I guess I want to delete these since I have this saved and just move this back over. Still right at that $35 price range. The options are gone, which means that the pressure is sort of off of them. They just made money off of some of those options. Probably mostly like the $33, $34, $35 range. They could be repositioning now to, and you know, whatever we start seeing the options start coming back in at, that's what we'll know is what they're looking to kind of keep the price at, you know, 35. Even the $35 options were gone, so I don't see a whole lot of sell walls, and I'm still at that 5-minute mark, and we still have a green candle. I'm going to move back down to the 1-minute scale, the 1-minute interval. Just so we can kind of see the candlestick forming. So yeah, it's definitely leveled off. You can see the big wicks on both sides of these candlesticks. That's fighting. You can see right now that there's hardly any wick on the top side right now, and it's more of a sell candle wick showing. So we're gonna see them try to short the stock here. It is good to see that those options looks like they sold. Some of them they had to sell out of the money, which is good. There's still a fair chunk of options at $30. Likely not the hedge funds. Those might just be regular investors at $30. So there's going to be a lot of people who are against this stock, unless they can drive the price back down, who are going to lose money on this. As far as the long positions go, there's still a fair chunk at 34, 35, and 40. There's a chunk. There's an wow. Wow. I got to do my impersonation of that one. I can't think of his name. The largest long position in volume. I'll drag this back over. The largest long position in all volume across the long positions, right? And I'll scroll down so you can see it, but you would think it'd be this $40 one at 1,580, or sorry, 1,587 options at 40 strike is not the largest. The largest is at 115 bucks. Owen Wilson, thank you. Wow. That's my Owen Wilson impersonation. You got it. Wait a minute.
Oh wow, hey, it's one of your little drawings. There he goes, pole vaults over the thing, here he goes, and there he is. Oh wow, 7 projects. Wow. 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 Gonna be here he goes, and there he is. Oh wow.
I got something for you guys.
7 projects. Wow. Wow. Wow.
Gonna be our honeymoon.
Wow. Wow. Yeah.
Wow. Right? Yeah. Great. Amazing.
Let's get a shoe shine. Wow. Flippers and all. Wow. 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 This is a nice boat. Wow. I swear I got screwed on the old...
Wow. Wow. I love his wows. I need to, like, I wanted to have, like, a Kramer setup of different sounds that I can punch at certain times. That would be freaking awesome. I would love that. Okay. We are over 35. I'm not going to breathe a sigh of relief until I see this thing. And I'm never going to breathe a breath of sigh of relief, but I definitely want to see this shoot well over 35 to know that we're moving into new territory. John, on a 1 minute, since I know you're watching somewhat, I don't know how if you're still watching, but on a 1 minute interval, what is the top of your descending parallel channel, if you don't mind me asking? Because right now at a 1 minute scale, mine kind of, I know that number is going to change, but right now, where's that top? Right now I'm showing it's 3689. I'm just kind of curious what yours shows. $38 million in volume today. It's looking really, really good in volume. I love it. We are almost a half hour in. 33.44, but Weeble kind of messes up when you zoom in. Yeah, I agree. When you zoom out and you do those huge day trends, you know, like mine, I'll zoom out just to show. But in fact, I'll have to go to an hour. You know, I had this trend set up for quite a while. that we were trending in here, and when you zoom in on it, you know, as you can tell right now, we're getting kind of close to that. But if I zoom into like 5 minutes, it'll show that we're actually inside of it. See, there's mine. There's what I show as the top of John's, but there's the one. It's showing that we're in the top of that at a 5-minute level. So Weeble's kind of weird how it adjusts things. But I'm going to go ahead and leave those where they're at just so I can see them kind of on the 1-minute scale. I do want to see it. The bottom of my channel. Huh. My channel is not even showing up on here on a 1 minute. Weird. Yeah, I hear you, man, Duncan. Right? It was a hot, scary couple days, couple weeks. It feels like a month. If I had to track... Okay, John's saying the upper on his is 35.27 at the 5-minute interval. So I just want to see if that's kind of about where I got it. 35.27 would be about right there. So it's a little bit lower than what I have, so I'm close to what he's got. Okay. I'm not going to say that. John's typing out stuff. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it, John. You can't get me to say it. Let's see. Let's see where. I don't even know where I want to go with this right now. Let's look at the options again. So the big numbers at 30 with 4,000 contracts. With it support for the puts ending at 35. So let's refresh this, because by now they should have repositioned. The long positions have definitely repositioned with a huge majority at 40 strike price. Okay, so they've repositioned. They still have 30 as like their big number, right? It's thinned out though above it in price, but still a big amount at $30. Volume at 11,000 contracts. So they've repositioned not nearly as many contracts as they had before, but they've definitely repositioned. But we have 16,000 for 40. Short interest fell ever so slightly. It's now at 15.89. Boy, I can't wait to see how many shares they borrowed today. Let's see on the 5-minute scale if there's some kind of pattern we can kind of formulate here. I mean, based off of this descending parallel channel, I would say that it's broke out above it. which is what it's supposed to do. This is a bullish indicator. Wow. We've moved back up into the trend that I had kind of identified, that seemed like a very long trend that we've been in, and we've kind of moved back up into that. We tested 3680 and then and started falling back down after that. I'm gonna have to draw a new Fibonacci. I guess I'll just drive off of the movement that we just had, just to see where our levels of resistance and you know, if we were to drive back down at some point, what would be our levels of resistance? So one level of resistance would be like 35.69. If you remember the, well, let's just go to it. The pre-market hours yesterday in Europe, where the price drove up, and it was on a short share interest day. Oh, was it not yesterday pre-market? Oh yeah, here it is right here. So if you look at how the price went during that time frame, right? It went up a little bit, down, up, down, up, down, up, a little bit down, up, up, down, up, a little bit of down, up, a lot of down, small up, small down, small up, small down, up, you know, and it kind of continued that trend for quite a while until we got up to about $39, and then it topped out at $39, roughly. Had a little bit of a V shape in here and then broke down, which is a double top. You can see a double top right here. So we had a double top at $39, and then it drove back down, and then that's when they started shorting the stock. I believe that's actually, yeah, it's around. $7 o'clock, I think, is when it was close to around the time when it started getting shorted again. Was close to around the time when the American market kind of takes over. Not completely, but partially. So that's probably going to be something that we want to. I guess what I was mentioning about that is that it's very similar to what we're kind of seeing right now. So up, down, a little slight up, down, up, and then down. That's similar to what we're seeing right now. So what you're going to probably want to look for is that same type of pattern where we see like a double top. Once we see a double top, that's probably a good point at where we're going to see what I would call like maybe a little bit of a reversal or a slowdown and the price continue to go upwards. Uh, let's see what the news media has to say about our nice little increase this morning, shall we? So let's see if they even bother to report this. The very first thing I get when I pull up on Google AMC News is AMC share price gets cut in half as reality sets in for meme stock investors. 21-hour ago story. There is 2 hours ago, so that was before market open. There was a post about some of the big movers, and AMC was in that group. Motley Fool 2 hours ago had something that saying about one stock being better than AMC. Otherwise, nothing. Nothing to report. A 8% gains on the day. 9%, 10%. Where's the? I guess they're just reporting on bad news because it sells. The buy orders, to me, I hate to speak negatively about the stock, but the buy orders don't seem to be very strong. They're coming in pretty quickly, but they're not massive orders. We broke 50 million shares traded in less than the first hour. In fact, the first 40 minutes of the day. My prediction of somewhere between 190 and 210 million shares might end up being really low. We could see a 300 million share day, I guess, maybe. I'm still sticking to my prediction, but obviously because the volume will decline as the day continues. But we're averaging some really nice numbers. On a 6.5-hour trading day. So we're testing that $37 mark. I know I said I'd breathe a sigh of relief or something of that effect once we broke 35. We're thirsting $37 now. testing it a second time, and having a little bit of difficulty getting past that. I don't want to see a double top right here. Let's keep moving, guys. I want to blow my price predictions out of the water for today. I would love to see higher than 39. I had contemplated going 38 to 41, but kind of retracted just a little bit, just because of the end of the day. 41 would have put me well over that channel that I had been looking at. So I kind of lowered it a little bit. No regrets. This is a prelude into tomorrow. This is a prelude into tomorrow. where I think tomorrow is going to be a very interesting day. So we're testing 37 again. They do have a sell wall set up for $37.10. I don't know why 37.10. We just punched it. Let's punch him in the face again. Wait, can I get in trouble for that on YouTube for inciting violence? I don't really mean punching them in the face. I mean figuratively punching them in the face as in let's do some damage to the price of the stock. Don't kill me, YouTube. I'm not inciting violence. It's figurative. Yeah, I'm really kind of. I don't want to be the Debbie Downer on this moment, but I'm really surprised by our upwards movement when I'm looking at the bids, and they don't. I mean, there is some bids coming in to kind of support like levels of just levels of support, supporting levels of support. But I'm not exactly certain how we're able to drive through these prices unless people are just coming in and buying the ask, right? And instead of because you don't see the ask when the people buy the ask, those don't show up on these order books. They show up on the time sales stamps down here, right? So if I drag this up a little bit, perhaps you can see it. You can see the order stamps, the flows coming in as they're happening. Um, and some people are just buying whatever the sale price is. And if they're buying it faster than the bids are trying to buy, then that's going to be why the price drives upwards. If that makes sense. If I explain that up properly. If you have questions about what I just said, ask, because I don't know if I almost feel like I confused myself there, but there's a spread on these values, and as the price drops to the bid price on the ask, that's when the bid takes over and it just buys automatically. It executes. And if people are just going straight to the ask price and buying the ask price, you never see a bid show up over here. And so I guess what I'm trying to say or formulate words to try to describe what I'm seeing is that I don't see huge bidding going on over here that would validate like why we're moving up in prices like we are. Murphy's Law of Combat number 13. If your attack is going well, you have walked into an ambush. Okay, so at $37, okay, so we're seeing some huge walls coming up now. 11,000, 10,000, 10,000 at $37 and higher. If we go back to the options, there's a strong chance those may have repositioned again. So we got 11,000 at 30. We'll go with that number. 11,000 at 30 and 6,000 at 32. 11 and 6. So this was 11 and this was 6. So they've upped their ante at they've upped their ante on the $30 and $32, being able to get us back down into that range. I do notice up at 20 there was kind of a higher level. I think it was either 20 or 25. There's a higher level of options in that range. Excuse me. I'm not seeing that now. It's disappearing. On the long positions, it looks like we're definitely heavy on the 40 number. Heavy on 40 and heavy on 35. I have not. I want to read. I gave my son, who's in the military. He's in the Air Force right now. Uh-oh. According to YouTube, I've lost data. I apologize, guys. YouTube says I lost data. I'm losing control. I'll try to see if there's something I can turn off on my end to try and make this better. If I just turned off a couple things. If I see internet get incredibly better, I'll know that I did something that helped. I do apologize for that. I don't even remember what I was talking about now. Oh, my son in the military. I gave him a book. I don't remember if it was last year or the year before. The Art of War. I had heard that at some point that a lot of officers in the military read that book. Apparently it's a really good book for kind of understanding combat strategy. I want to read that book sometime. There's two books I really want to read. George Orwell's, I forget what year it was, 19 something, and then I also want to read that Art of War. And I'm just not a reader. I'm really it puts me to sleep, and so I have a real difficult time. With I think it's the ADD part of it. Words are difficult. Words are very unnecessary. They can only do harm. I'm still showing a really low stream value on the stream here after cutting off everything that I did, so I don't know. I may not be able to fix this, and at some point it may cut me off if data continues to be a poor issue. So I apologize for that if it does. So we've dropped back down underneath that 37. We're no longer attacking 37 anymore. It's kind of moving towards the 36 range. Volume is still pretty high. 62 million, not quite an hour. I want to see it stay over that 35 mark. That's the mark that if we can stay above that 35, I think that's a good indicator. It does look like they've borrowed some more shares. By letting the price increase to what it's gotten to, you know, this could be a strategy on the part of the hedge funds to create encouragement. The Art of War, while explaining the basics, is pretty dull reading. Well, my son got through it somehow. He managed to get through the book. He said it was pretty good. I'm glad he liked it. Um, I'm sure the Art of War will probably put me to sleep. Okay, so we're kind of just shooting around that $36 mark there. This is a pretty good push down. I would expect that we would see, because you can see that we're lower currently than we were on the last drive up. I would expect to see this change in the other direction soon, and if it doesn't, then we could be seeing a more permanent pattern kind of tending to head down. There's a 10,000 share buy wall at 36.58. More of an infantry book, but still really good reading is David Kilcullen, The Accidental Gorilla. Okay, better. So that's better reading then. I'll have to check that out. I'm just not a reader. It's very rare that I'll find like an author that I can get into and it just excites the heck out of me, but I think one of the ones that I'm trying to remember some of my favorite authors. I'm going to say his name wrong because I always just do, but Michael Crichton. He was one of my favorites. I also enjoyed one of my all-time favorite books was The Stand by Stephen King, which they made way back in like I think it was like possibly the 90s. They made a TV series out of that book, and God, it was so good. A huge, awesome book. I did I did find a member of the armed forces, didn't I? I could tell with your recommendation. And that's cool because it's not here in the States either. I'm curious. I'm gonna look up that book real quick. The Accidental Gorilla, because I'm curious. You'll see where I'm going with this. I want to see who, the nationality of the author, because one of the things that fascinates me the most is countries that take other countries. I guess the best way I can put this is that, for example, Krav Maga comes from Israel, right? But it's recognized in the United States and is trained to some of the military members over here. Not all of them, but you know, it is recognized as a form of fighting that's superior. And I think it's really interesting to see like different countries take styles or military styles or strategies and implement them into their strategies. It's really kind of interesting. So and David Kilcullen, an Australian author. Interesting. That's cool. David John Cullen, FRGS, is an Australian author, strategist, and counterinsurgency expert who is currently the non-executive chairman of, I can't say that name, Saris Associates, a strategy and design consulting firm that he founded. He's a professor at Arizona State University and at the University of New South Wales. That's really cool. ASU. I used to live in Arizona. If he's a professor there, I wonder if people like walk up to him with a book and just ask him to sign it. Okay, so price is dropping back down to that 35 mark that I was talking about. We're going to test it. We have a wall set up at 35.05. It's pretty weak. The wall's kind of building up at 35.18 now. And we also have a 35.30 wall. So we are switching direction a little bit here. Duncan, what was that name of that beer that you had mentioned yesterday? I forgot to look at. Like I saw you posted it up there, and I wanted to look it up, just for looking it up purposes, but I forgot to copy it down yesterday. Because if they have it over here, I'd like to try it. You know, just for the heck of it, to know that I'm drinking the same beer that some guy on the other side of the world's drinking. Okay, so I'm getting warnings from YouTube that they're not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. So this may end. I apologize. I'm sure it's probably blurry as heck. I can't. I don't know why it's getting so jacked up today. Internet coverage is not good right now. I'm going to look at GME's on a pretty heavy decline as well. We broke past the 35. This might be another sell day today, guys. I mean, not for us, but another day where they're trying to drive the price down to where they're trying to get people to sell. Try not to be discouraged. It was nice while the run-up lasted. You know, there's definitely room to argue that there's a more psychological warfare going on here, right? Like, let the price go up some percentage. I mean, I definitely think that it got higher than they wanted it to get because they lost their options, or they had to at least close their positions and then redistribute them. So we know that it definitely got higher than they wanted. And if we look at where the options currently stand, they did reposition at 30 and 32, where they also had some positions at 25, which are now gone. So that definitely repositioned more towards the 30-32 range. So let's refresh that and see where we're at. 15 and 10. The 15 and 10 is now 17 and 11. There's more put options at 34, 35, and 36. So they are allowing for room for this to move up a little bit as well. They might try to keep the price. They still have for tomorrow, so if they can get the price down to like 33, and then tomorrow drive the price back down below 30, I could see that happening. Again, let's see. You know, with the high volume that we have, it'd be kind of crazy. We might end up finishing the day on that volume that I was talking about earlier, with the 190 to 210. But volume is increasing. Let's look at this real quick. Remember, on this chart, and I've talked about this on occasion. In the past, I'm gonna pull this chart up again. Every time we saw this indicator drop, you know, as it was dropping, we'd see. Where's a good example? Probably this one the most. You know, as you saw this indicator drop, volume dropped, and we'd bottom out on this indicator and start to climb back up, and volume started to increase. And as volume started to increase, you slowly started to see a price increase. This was the last. This is the bottom of the last one, and you did see volume starting to decrease. We've been seeing that, and sure enough, here we are climbing back up. This is that last indicator that I had circled. Volume is, as it's climbing back up, volume is slowly, instead of increasing, it kind of went down right here, and then it started increasing again. So this could be a secondary push for a price increase. You know, I'm still hopeful for Monday. Monday's the end of that 15-day window that I had set up for based on the past history. Failure to delivers have not reported yet for the first half of June, or sorry, the second half of June rather. They should report up to June 30th. If not, they should report tomorrow at the very latest. I would think they should. I would have thought they would have reported today. Let's see what's being said on Reddit. Somebody posted, cough, where's your positive article on today's 11% jump? Well, it's not as high as it was, but you guaranteed you if we had an 11% decrease, there certainly would have been stories out there about the decrease, but nothing on the fact that we hit 11% increase. You know, I'm going to pull up this on Reddit real quick here. Right, holding bullish, bearish, apish. And then I like this. Hedgie thinks yo-yo scare ape into selling, but it just hypnotizes apes. Laugh out loud holding. That was from Small Potatoes, New York City. This one was from Vcastelletti. And the other one was Marshall, I don't know, BLR 291. Some people are talking about the government checks coming out. I think they reposition when they're doing the government checks for, I think, like child tax credits. That could be what they're talking about. Oh yeah, it says it right there. That way you get the child tax credit to invest in AMC. Yeah, child tax credits are maybe in the mail and coming soon. I won't be using it for this, but you know, there might be some people out there who will. It's funny, the price fell just below my $36 mark, and I was seeing green for a while. I was like, oh man, right inside, come on. I wanted to keep seeing it go higher, but I got to get another tally mark to catch up to Eric and John. Those guys are they're killing me by a point each. I got to catch up to them somehow. And I don't make these price predictions based on me just trying to beat them out for the day. That'd be funny if I did, though. Heck, if I was doing something to try and beat out or get the same amount of tally marks, I'd just be copying Eric's. He's got the 50-50 ratio right now, I think. Actually, he might be a little less. He might be 40-60 today on getting it right. Normally I take lunch at about 10:30, and I will probably do that again, but I need to grab a little bite to eat real quick here. Give me about 2 or 3 minutes just to prepare some cereal or something, and I'll be right back. never did eat some of the cake my wife had got me for my birthday. And I know I said cereal, but you know what? I'm going to have some of this cake. And I said to watch out for the double top. We didn't even have a double top here. What I see is a Head and Shoulders. So we have a shoulder, a head, and a shoulder. And that is a bearish indicator, which means down in price. Duncan, do you guys do you drink a lot of milk over there in Denmark? Out of curiosity. Duncan could be gone. I feel like in the United States, I feel like we drink more milk here than probably other places. I don't know if that's the case or not, but it was funny when I was growing up. I grew up in a household of 3 kids, and I don't remember how much milk my parents used to buy, but I do remember that I used to probably finish close to 3/4 of a gallon, if not more, a day growing up. I know that sounds like a huge amount of milk, but I'm telling you, for as much activity that I had, that I was doing, I needed it. I really did need it. My body just craved the calcium, and I drink milk like it was out of style. And I don't know, I feel like even into my older age, like I've had days where I'll actually finish off like a third of a milk container in one day. Just I don't know, just one day I'll just feel like I need calcium, and I'll just start drinking milk. You know, that between cereal and just having a glass of milk for dinner or something like that. It's just always kind of been something I do. Currently, the short interest is at 15.89%. No real change there since early when I checked it. The amount of shares to borrow is down to 350,000. That's a little bit lower than it was before. I think when we started the morning out, it was 650, so they borrowed at least 300 there. company is, as far as busyness goes, they're a little bit busier than usual right now. The live tracker says as busy as it gets. So, you know, a couple of key points of takeaway that I have from what's happened today in the price gap up versus the price gap up that we saw whatever day it was earlier this week, Monday, I guess, is that a reset and to gain control of the stock, a reset and a gain control of the stock happens when the options disappear. I don't understand the correlation between them. But I would say that there's definitely a correlation between what we've seen on Monday and today, with the options disappearing and the price ceasing to continue upwards. We're still on a gain for the day. It's not very much. It's about 4% right now. I say that's not very much. 4% is amazing. The market as a whole, let's see how it's doing. Okay, so it updated to a few more advancers than decliners now. 2352 advancers versus 3953 on the decliners. The S&P 500 ETF and Nasdaqs are both down right now. Dow Jones Industrials is just barely eking by with a 0.09% increase. They're close to being on a negative rate of return, and it is dropping. It just went down to 8. The heat map just updated. Most sectors are doing pretty poorly except for banking. These are some more banking firms down here. We are on a rise again. The important thing that I want to kind of specify is that on a proper head and shoulders is that your secondary shoulder, in order for it to be a good head and shoulder indicator, your secondary shoulder is supposed to be lower, I believe, than your first shoulder. In this particular case, it's still technically lower. If we can continue to drive up maybe beyond this line right here, I would say that it's borderline not following the path that it needs to follow in order for it to be a bearish indicator. So we'll see what happens. We're testing it. You know, they've got a wall up right now at 35.24. We just hit it. It just disappeared. We are definitely testing that level, moving back in that direction. Look at the candlesticks back here, the candle wicks rather, back here. Look how much resistance there was right here. You're not seeing that right here right now, right? There's a little tiny wicks down at the bottom down here, but not a whole lot going up right now. Whereas before, when we were driving up, even here, you see them on the bottom side. Here you didn't. Here you did. And here you didn't. So a lot of fighting going on right in here. A lot of fighting going on right about in here, and not so much here. So that's interesting to note. Yeah, I want to see it drive past, what is this, $35.50? If we can drive past $35.50, that'd be really nice to see. I would be willing to say that it defeats this indicator. Ooh, this cake is like so sugary. I don't even know if I can, yeah, I'm not even going to finish this. I'll have to come back to that later. So, if I was a betting person, you saw the nice price increase here. You saw the step down, the price increase, the step down, the price increase, the step down should have been like here, and then you would have seen more of an increase. Now you're seeing a decrease over, a decrease, maybe over, so we're heading in the opposite direction. There's a little bit of a W forming here. I hate to be optimistic about it this too early. I do tend to think that this is going to be a step down still. So you have a downward trend, step up, and I think we're going to see some more downwards trend here. In about 90 minutes, volume has just about reached the 10-day average. 10-day average? Wait a minute. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Let me pull this up here. Okay, mine goes off of the 3-month average, which is 160. Excuse me. But yeah, 10-day average would definitely be around where we're at right now. I can see that. That is a strong indicator. You know, I've been saying since 7 o'clock this morning that we were going to see a high volume day today. I had predicted somewhere around 190 to 210 in volume for the day today. Which is a great amount of volume. I mean, my goodness. Wow. Wow. I don't know if Duncan may not still be on here, but there's more than one military person on this channel right now. I just happen to know. If you see the last name on the stream right here, you'll figure out who it is that's talking down there, or have an idea of who it is. That's my mom. She be listening. Shout out to my mom in recovery from surgery. I love you, Mom. I'm glad that everything went well so far. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and delete this Head and Shoulders. Definitely not looking like a Head and Shoulders anymore. In fact, you know, if we were to come down like this, come up maybe to my $36, and then trend back down to 34, and then head back up to 37 bucks ish. That would be a beautiful George W. Absolutely beautiful. So I would expect to see something similar to that, you know, as a possibility. And in case you don't know, George W is a good indicator, a huge sign for bullish movement. We love George W. And that would be, if I were to draw it out, polyline. If I were to draw that out, it would look a little something like this. Right about there. I'm just trying to make it symmetrical as possible. I'm going to actually draw this out just a little bit more. Like that. Let's make it symmetrical. So that might be a pattern to watch out for. That's a good thing, not a bad thing. And again, we'd be testing $34.50 as like a low. I think I'm becoming lactose intolerant. I might have to officially call 45 years old my lactose intolerant year. We'll check out options again. So the large portions are at 30 and 34, at 17 and 12. Those have increased. Although instead of it being 30 as the strong point, it's now 34 as the strong point, and 30 being the backup strong point, and considerable amount more options now at the 34 price range. As this price continues to move upwards, if it continues to move upwards, they'll get stuck out of this money. Our long positions, oh man, we got a huge long position starting to form up here at $40. There's definitely sentiment that we can hit 40 bucks. Secondary at 37. We're trending quite nicely right down that W pattern that I had put up here. inflow versus outflow. Let's check that real quick. GME is still low, and they are down 2.3% for the day. Our flow is 719 over 651, so we have a much better inflow versus outflow ratio. Extremely better. Fox Business at 2 p.m. is having an interview. It doesn't say what time, 2 p.m. I would assume it's Eastern time, which would be 1 o'clock my time. Let me see if I can get Fox Biz on here, because I would like to stream that. Fox Biz live. I wonder if I can watch this on here. I apologize if I'll try to make this real quick here. See if it there. Hopefully you guys won't have to hear what's going on in the background here. It looks like I can stream Fox Business Live. The Fed. I just got blasted. We broke outside the trend that I had listed. The Fed Chair Powell is testifying before the Senate on the semi-annual monetary policy report. It doesn't look good. Apparently, a lot of people are really pissed off right now. Remember what we said, guys, or at least I've been saying. If the stock market starts to tank, that's going to be a huge indicator for us that we're on the right track. I mean, we know we're on the right track, but it's going to be a huge indicator as what's coming in the future. I'm going to put this up.
Load the pace of asset purchases, and then we froze the size of the balance sheet for a period of years. And as the economy grows relative to the balance sheet, you know, the size of the balance sheet relative to the economy becomes smaller. So we did quite a bit of that. And then for a couple of years, we actually let the balance sheet run off and shrink. As securities matured, we stopped reinvesting them and we let the balance sheet shrink at the margin. We haven't made those kind of decisions yet, but it's a reasonable starting place to think that we might hold the balance sheet constant for some time and then perhaps allow it to shrink under $8 trillion. In the meantime, it becomes smaller as a portion of the economy, and that's the same thing as shrinking in a way.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Dane. Senator Van Hollen of Maryland is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Toomey, and Mr. Chairman, welcome.
I've heard the term unprecedented used to describe the jump in inflation. I think what's truly unprecedented is the number of jobs we've seen generated since President Biden took office. 3 million jobs, the highest rate of job growth of any president in United States history, as we work seriously to defeat the pandemic and as we pass the American Rescue Plan to give confidence to people in the future of the U.S. economy. I do want to dig a little deeper into the inflation issue because you've made the point clearly here today that you believe it's a temporary increase, and if you look at long-term projections, they're closer to your targets, and that's also the expectation of folks in the financial markets as well. Isn't that the case?
Yes, broadly speaking.
And it's interesting how a short period of time changes things. I'm looking at remarks you made in May 2019 when people were afraid that the inflation rate was too low and below your targets. And at that time, you made the point you thought it was transitory, and you were right. And you used a different measure of trimmed mean CPI to describe your thinking. Can you just talk a little bit about what that measure is?
Sure. One thing that people do at times like this is they chop off the tails and just look at the middle of the distribution, because sometimes the overall inflation measure can be distorted by just a couple of categories. So if you did that here, this is the Dallas trimmed mean, and the Cleveland does a version of this. It's going to show inflation that's in the low twos because you're getting rid of that small group of categories. The risk is that you shop for whatever inflation measure that is appropriate at the moment. So we try not to do that. But clearly, trimmed mean is sending a signal that this is more idiosyncratic than broad across the economy.
Right. And isn't it the case that the increased prices of used cars rose by 10% in June alone and accounted for more than one-third of the entire increase in the CPI in June?
Yes, it is.
Right. So, I mean, those are the kind of anomalies you're referring to, right?
It's used cars, new cars, rental cars, it's airplane tickets, it's hotels, it's all things that have a story that's clearly related to the pandemic. At least that's what it is now.
Right. So, I think rather than rush to create alarm about inflation, I think we should all be together in focusing on important increases in job growth and wages that we're seeing. I know you said yesterday that you expect that we should be able to get back to 3.5% unemployment as we move forward. I know Secretary Yellen's talked about maybe this time next year. I am worried, and we've discussed this in the past, about persistent long-term unemployment. And if you look at the June numbers, the long-term unemployed, and these are individuals who've been jobless for more than 27 weeks or more, increased by 233,000 to 4 million total. That followed a decline in long-term unemployment in May. So my question is there any way we can get back to 3.5% unemployment if we don't get this number down when it comes to the long-term unemployed?
Well, we saw that what a really strong labor market does is it pulls those people in and also pulls people in who are on the sidelines or keeps people from leaving. So there's just so much to like about a really strong labor market. And
well, I agree with you, Mr. Chairman. If you look even before the pandemic, though, in February before the pandemic, 3.5% unemployment, we had over 1 million Americans who were long-term unemployed. So yes, we hope that the growing economy will be a magnet, and I'm sure it will. It is going to bring a lot of people into the job force. I think all of us are concerned about labor force participation. I think a stronger economy will address that. But there is this group of long-term unemployed, and my concern is, as you well know, the data shows the longer you're unemployed, the harder it becomes to get back into the workforce. And then you get in at a lower wage, which stays with you throughout your career. Do you believe it's worth the Congress considering, I know this is not your domain to be specific about what, deliberate policies like wage subsidies, which we used successfully back in 2008, those kind of deliberate policies to make sure that the persistently unemployed, long-term unemployed can get back into the labor force?
I would
again, without trying to endorse anything in particular, we lag all of our peers in labor force participation now, which is not where we want to be as a country. And I do think that's a classic supply side policy, is to try to find ways to connect people, to give them some help in connecting to the labor force, and then they need a strong job market to pull them in and keep them there. But I do think those things are worth looking at.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hope we'll do that.
Thank you, Senator Van Hollen. Senator Kramer of North Dakota is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Brown, Ranking Member Toomey. Thank you, Chairman Powell, for being here. First of all, let me add my voice to the chorus of people to thank you for your cool head through this process, particularly for resisting the pressures to lower rates when it wasn't necessary, so we had some room when it became very necessary. Appreciate that very much. Now, I was interested in a lot of the discussion going on. I was particularly interested in listening to your exchange with Senator Hagerty, where you used the line that I've heard you use many times when he asked a question about what Congress ought to be doing. You said, and I think this is a direct quote, "We are not in the business of giving fiscal advice to Congress either way." And again, that's similar to what you've said many times. Yesterday, thinking about this, I did a quick search engine review of the words "Fed chair urges Congress." And this won't surprise you. And by the way, there's not a person in this room that doesn't have some sympathy over headlines that aren't quite accurate, or even quotes.
Even outside that room.
One report in May of last year said the Fed chairman asked Congress to consider more stimulus. October of last year, Jerome Powell is putting out the call to Congress, more money now. November of last year, Powell still thinks U.S. needs more stimulus for full recovery. Even in December of last year, Fed Chair Treasury urged Congress to give U.S. a stimulus bridge. In other words, you haven't always resisted the temptation to give us fiscal advice. And by the way, thank you for it. I think it was good advice. Maybe we look back and say, well, maybe we did too much, but we were in a crisis. You did what you needed to do. We did what we needed to do. And I don't think there's a lot of regret about that. Now, a number of my colleagues have pointed to what's gone on lately and what's being suggested going forward. In addition to the $3.5 trillion package, it includes a lot of tax increases, like 7 times more increase than the cuts from 2017 that built the foundation for this quick recovery, I might add. You add in the $1.9 trillion totally unpaid for earlier this year, the $0.6 trillion in new spending as part of the $1.2 trillion bipartisan package that's being discussed. It's, you get to $6 trillion plus really, really fast. What people aren't talking about is if we end up at the end of this fiscal year passing a one-year CR or something similar to a one-year continuing resolution, we're going to spend another $6.845 trillion, $3 trillion of which will be deficit spending. Deficit spending. Now, my question to you is very direct, and that's just simply, does the economy need another $6 trillion plus another $6.8 trillion spent this year to enhance the recovery? And is there not a detrimental effect to all of that, including the tax increases, when we are, in fact, in a, call it whatever you want, type of an inflationary time, but it is uncertain, and there's concern, if not alarm.
And to let it fail.
If I can answer that by saying, we did a lot of things. I did a lot of things last year that we'd never done before, and that one in particular, I had a lot of encouragement from the administration and leadership on both sides of the Hill in both parties. But I swore it off, and I do think we should go back to regular order, which is that the Fed doesn't play a role in fiscal policies. It's not a national emergency like it was at the time, and I've been trying very hard so far this year, succeeding in not getting involved in giving fiscal advice. So I'm just going to have to, whatever you do, we take it into account in our policies, but we don't come out then and comment on whether we think this is a good idea or a bad idea. Sorry.
Well,
and why not?
Okay, I appreciate that. Maybe just one other quick question. Notice that the Fed is continuing to pour some, or pumping some liquidity through the purchases, mortgage purchases, particularly, obviously, Fannie and Freddie. I mean, is that, do you see that as continuing to be necessary? Obviously you do, or you're doing it, but why?
So as you know, we're looking at that right now. We're looking at, my colleagues and I on the Federal Open Market Committee are having a second meeting about that in a couple of weeks. And we're going to talk about the composition of our asset purchases and the path to beginning to reduce them. And I wouldn't want to judge that, but this is something that's very much on the table.
I might just add real quickly, with regard to climate risk that you've heard a lot about today, whether it's political or true risk, I would just want to remind my colleagues that when we assess climate risk in terms of the U.S. economy or U.S. investment, do not forget that every time we don't invest in energy or climate manufacturing issues in the United States, another country that doesn't do it as well as us is going to do it as well. And this is climate change is a global issue, so let's think about risk in a global, in a global context. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I want to go back to the order books and check out where we're at here. We are testing $37 again. We kind of took away from that downwards path and started going up, stair stepping up again. If we do by chance manage to get into the 40s, I just want to show you something on that, because we should see another repositioning of the puts, because mainly their support line is running at around $34, and we're already above that at 37. So, you know, if we push $39, $40, you'll see these probably disappear again, and a restructuring will occur. They'll try to stop the market again from increasing and reposition their puts a second time for the day. But we have some really strong support that I highlighted earlier at the $40 strike. Let's see how much we've changed. We're 40,000 for 46,000 at 40 for the calls. And on the strikes, we're at 31 at 30 and 22 at 35. Sorry, strike that. 36 at 25 and 31 at 30. 36, 31. It looks like the lower now is 30 at 28 and 34 at 34,000. And on we're at 49,000 for 40. I see 38 is kind of like, it looks like the winner right now for where we would close today, which is going to leave them hurting pretty bad. At some point, we should see these disappear again. That's what I'm going with. If we can move up and test 38, I think we'll see that. We've hit 37. There doesn't appear to be too much of a wall. There's a 37.20 for 1,200 shares. I'm going to hit the restroom real quick. Be right back. I'm a little excited. I'm going to I get to do something that I haven't done in what seems like forever. I get to enter in a bottom on my charting, and I'm going to be putting in at $31.10. That was the bottom that we reached. That's exciting. I'm happy about that. 31.10, new bottom. Okay, so I had kind of a top point on 7/8 where we were at 49.79 and we reached a bottom of 31.10, which was a negative increase of 37.5%. Now I'm just going to throw this out there. The way that I've been charting this since the beginning of May, or actually it was kind of the middle of the May, and I will throw this up on the screen really quickly. The way that I've been tracking this is interesting. Where is it out of the way here? Probably like right here. Yeah. All right. So I don't know if you can see this information or not. One of the biggest drops that we had prior to what we've just had was when we were at 64.45 on 6.3. That same day when we hit that high of 64.45, we dropped 36% to 41.25. Within the same day, we broke back up. We went up 39.4% to 57.49. 39.4% from the 57, or from the 41 rather. We are now on the biggest drop, the drop that we had from 7.8 of 49.79 to 7.8. Sorry, I had to take that back. My date is wrong on that. Oh yeah, no, that's right. On 7.8 to 7.15, we went from 49.79 to $31.10, which was a 37.5% decrease in price. That's been the biggest drop we've had in any two of those points that I've been tracking since May, middle of May. We just experienced like the worst drop. I know we've seen previous to that worse drops before, but that's neither here nor there. I'm just simply talking about since the middle of May. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 7 days. I'm marking that down. The difference in time is 7 days between that last high and our current one, which is a pretty big time gap. But if you'll notice too, we have had a 7-day gap like that before, which resulted in like a 24% decrease in price. So yeah, rough. Super, super rough. But now we get to plug in new highs. Our current new high is 37.39. Right? And that's already a 20% increase, 20.2% increase from the low. Something's wrong with those numbers. That doesn't seem right. I'm going to have to go back and see if there's something wrong with my calculator for percentages, because that just doesn't seem right. I'll go back and figure that out later. I don't want to deal with it right now. But let's see. Today's date is 7/15. So I'll keep entering in new highs as they occur into this box. But anyways, yeah. If it feels like this last week stung, it's because it did. Undoubtedly, 100% did. Remember that burn. Remember it well. So we broke up through the 3680, we dropped down below it, and we're kind of continuing down a little bit there. I'm just drawing a ascending parallel channel. I just want to see what it looks like if we were to drive up into this range. I want to see if it tests off of it. We're definitely trading back in that descending parallel channel that I had drawn out, several days ago, beginning of the week, I believe it was. We're almost like dead set right in the middle of it. Going back to that 5-minute real quick, the 5-minute interval, I drew a George W earlier. This could be a George W at the 5-minute. It didn't pan out earlier when I had drawn it on the 1-minute scale. It was supposed to go down here, come up, and continue down here and make another up. It didn't happen, but we could have a larger W forming. No levels of support at 60 that I'm seeing. So if they continue to short the stock, it'll definitely drive past it. I am going to take my break period, 10:30 to 11. I'm a little late, so I'll be a little late coming back. I'll probably come back at around 11:10ish today. These hours are definitely getting to me, guys. I'll tell you what, 9-hour days streaming is kind of rough. So if my breaks do extend out, I apologize. So I guess what I'll probably do is I'll put in a longer period of time for when I'm taking a break for, and then that way I can just not have to worry about disappointing people if I'm not back early enough. put down 11:30, even though that's an hour. I won't be gone that long. But that way I'm not disappointing anybody if I come back sooner. I don't have to worry about being late. All right, guys, enjoy this ride. I mean, this is a really kind of cool ride that we're on right now. Wild for sure. You know, just last minute estimations on what I'm seeing right now. If we can finish today like high 30s, watch for the aftermarket hours to be nutty. I mean, absolutely nutty, especially if we finish with volume in somewhere around the 200 range. I definitely believe that we could see something mind-blowing happening in the aftermarket hours. Maybe not even mind-blowing today, but maybe moving into tomorrow. Just absolutely mind-blowing. So we'll see what happens here. Fingers crossed. We're going to be making it up into the high 30s. I will be back. Okay, I'm back. Super cool news. I saw it on Reddit. I don't know if you guys are here waiting to hear this. But let me go ahead and pull it up for you. You're going to like seeing this. If there's anything that's made me more excited, I wasn't planning on coming to that crate till about 11:30, but I had to come back early and show you guys this. I'm going to make you guys wait for just a second. This is really cool news. It's not reflected in the price yet, but I have a feeling we're going to see some amazing movements in after hours today, if not before. And let me show you with that. I am showing you Ortex data. I was telling you the failure to delivers was supposed to be here today, and since it wasn't here yet, it should be tomorrow. If not, since we're not seeing it today, well, they showed up. Let's not forget how much in loan that they had to loan out. They had to loan out 2 million shares between yesterday and the day before. You guys are like, just show already. All right, failure to deliver. Look at this chunk right here. What? Look at all the price changes. We had a chunk back here on failure to delivers before we moved into this new price range when we went up to 77. But look at the failure to delivers, guys. This is in the millions. All right, we've got at least 4 million is this line right here. And most of these are, we'll not count this day right here and just count these other days and top off the rest of these ones that don't quite make it with this first date. But on this day, let's zoom in on this. Look at those failure delivers. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days of 4 million plus on failure to delivers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days. 8 days, nearly a straight week of 4 million. 8 days, 8 times 4 on failure delivers. 8 times 4, 32. Wow. Just wow. Look what we had. We didn't even have 4 million back here when we launched up to $77. We had 6 days. 6 days at maybe an average of about 2.8 million. Guys, this is really big news. Super big news. If you can't feel the excitement in what you're seeing right here, you have to trust me and just understand that what we're seeing right here, this is massive amounts of failure to delivers. Big news. Let's see if they changed any indicators on the stock. Nope, it's still the same. I think those change like every 15 days anyways. But massive news, guys. Massive news. Do you see where that indicator that I was talking about, how it drops off down here and it hits the bottom, and see how the failure to delivers just starts stacking up when that happened? See how the failure delivers? That's the future. That's what we're going to see in price rise. They have to find these shares somewhere, and they can't. They can't find the shares, so they drop the price to try and induce people to sell so they can get shares to cover their positions. They can't stop the price from going up once they start buying. This is incredible, guys. Mark my words, that's the kind of thing that we need as a catalyst for this to absolutely spike up in price. That right there is that is a catalyst. I know I was down in the dumps yesterday, but after seeing those failure to deliver stacking up like that, let me show you something real quick. I went to go research this just a little bit. I wanted to see when was the last time we had something like this happen. You can see some failure delivers back here. Huge spikes just before the jump increase in January. But never big, huge blocks like that 8 days in a row. Really 9 days, but that one day was a partial amount. That partial amount was 2.3 million. But I want to show you something. This should really excite you. Let's check this out. Let's look at GME. Dang it, I hate if I do that. This is GME's increase back here. Sorry, one second. I'm having a hard time here. Failure to delivers. So this is leading up to GME right here. Look at this. Leading up to GME's massive spike up into the hundreds of dollars, right? You know, back here they had one, two. These failure to delivers are small in contrast to what we're having. They had 1 million shares there. Failure to deliver less than 2 million there. Oh, I gotta sneeze. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days where they had really high volume and failures to delivers, and then it kind of dropped off, and then it built back up again, and it finally got to a head to where it just popped. The prices started really increasing. Look at that though. Those are 2 millions, right? Like here's the ceiling for 2 million shares. We're double that. Double. We're on the right track, guys. On the track. There's the indicators say hold. If we can continue to hold this will be absolutely mind-blowing on these failure to delivers. Be really, really excited about those numbers, guys. Those are some great numbers. Adam's coming on the channel now. Starts around the same time they started to drop the price, right? Yeah, it did because they knew they needed to get failure. They needed to get people to sell their shares. They drop the price. They try to absorb as many shares as they possibly can. But along the way, as they were dropping the price, they were borrowing too, which means that they weren't getting the shares that they needed, because if they would have been getting the shares that they needed to cover the failure to delivers, they would have been using those. I'm going to cover it one more time because I think Adam's coming on and he wants to see this. So Adam, if you're here now, Adam hasn't seen this yet, so I just want to show him real quick. So we just had the report come in for the failure to delivers. Look at this block chunk right here. Okay, this is 4 million mark right here. We had 8 days. When you take this day right here and kind of average it out over the tops to top these off, you have about 8 days in a row of 4 million failure to delivers. 8 days in a row. Insanity. insanity. Pumped. Definitely pumped. I've been waiting for those numbers because I actually honestly expected to see candlesticks like this back here. Big huge spike ups like this. But I mean, if you take this and you stack, because this is 28 million right here, right? 28 million failure to delivers. If you take 8 times 4, right, you get 36. Oh, what am I doing? 32. Sorry, 32. You get 32 million failure to delivers, which is more than this candlestick. So, and it's over a prolonged period of time, right? And so they dropped that price down, and their failure to deliver spiked up because they were using the shares that they needed to get the price down to start covering their failures. Woo, that's great. Super good data, guys. I do not see them currently lending more shares. Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta go take care of my son real quick, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back on. And let's see. Um, 5 days, 5 consecutive days got them on the list before, and if you remember, they came off of the list after I think it was like Friday last week. So they came off the list Friday last week, which means that this data. Let me go ahead and pull up the data real quick again. So this is the exciting news. The failure to deliver started really picking up on the 18th of June. Sorry, I'm still picking lunch out of my teeth. Ugh. So it started 18th of June, and we had like 8 consecutive days over 4 million in failure to delivers, and we know it didn't come off the list until Friday, this last Friday. And that means if the last date that's showing is the 30th, that means that it went almost an additional week beyond, a week and 1 day beyond that of failure to delivers, which we won't see that data until another 15 days from now because they only report the failure to delivers that often. So yeah, huge, this block of failure to delivers right here. Again, I was expecting to see, big candlesticks like this just because that's what we saw last time we had a big, huge squeeze. I wasn't really thinking about what it looked like before we went into this last price increase. But they were back down around like 2 million, where they had averaged that for over 6 days. They averaged it like 2 million failure to delivers. There's a 3 million right there. Let me zoom in on this. Let's see, we had 2.8 million, 2.9, 2.5, 3.2, 2.4, and at 3.6. And if I zoom back in, or I come back over to where we're currently at, it's 2.3, 4, 3.6, 3.7, 3.8, 4.4, 4, 3.5, and 4.2 million shares failed to deliver. Big news. If that doesn't excite you, you may not know what you're looking at. But consider that this is what happened back here, where we had 6 days of it, and then we had like a price increase up to $77 from, what were we back here? Price was $10. So we had like a $60 increase in price after 6 days of failure to delivers like that. And now we have 8 days with almost double the amount of volume of failure to delivers. If there's any reason in your mind why this price drop happened over the last 10 days, 8 days, 10 days, it's because they know what's coming. They have to get those shares. They got to get them out of people's hands, and they need them to cover. And this is why we hold. Still no borrowing going on the Stonko tracker. And this is gonna start worrying banks. Banks are gonna see this data too, right? They're gonna have this data, these reports, and they're gonna take action on this. There's no way that they won't. Big data. Oof. That is impressive. So volume. If I had to guess, I would guess that insiders knew that data was coming out today, and that's why we started seeing volume increase. I would imagine you're going to see 15 days from now, when we start pulling reports and we can look back in the history and say, what the hell happened here? we'll be able to look back and see that institutional investors saw these indicators before we did, and they probably hit all kinds of buy signals. And remember, on Ortex, remember that it said it right over here. It said right here in the alpha trading signals for NYSE. They said EPS type 2 buy. This was on the 9th of July. It actually posted, I watch this every day, and it posted on the 12th of July. This last Monday. It was a buy signal, and it said it would be available in 7 days. It said recommend holding for 6 days. And 6 days from Monday would have put six, it would be 6 trading days. So 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and then 19th. The 19th would be the day that this buy signal is like, you should see something happen. And we're starting to see the effects of it right now. The volume's increasing. This all goes right back to that indicator that I talked about so many times. Every time we see this indicator drop down, volume decreases, and the very first thing that happens after that volume decreases is it starts to increase, and price just takes back off. We're inside that window. We're inside that window right now, and the last day for that window is Monday, the 15th or the 19th. Here's that indicator right here. Here's that spot that I just pulled up on that chart, and it's going to start increase. It's been increasing ever since, which is it's a good sign. You know, that's what we saw back here before the price squeeze. And notice too. Interestingly, I just now am noticing myself that when we had this drop, the drop that from here to here is double, if not almost triple the size. We saw a $60 increase from this movement. I'm gonna just throw out a number. $180 on top of whatever they got us down to. Oops. Plus, like, we'll just say 32. You know, we could be seeing a $212 increase in price by Monday. That's where I'm going with this, you guys. You know, I know everybody hates predictions. You know, if you don't like predictions, I'm sorry, but that's just what I'm seeing on these indicators. Take it or leave it. If we don't hit it, it's not the end of the world for me. I know. I see what these indicators are telling me, and I know what's going to happen. Price is currently just about testing $36 again. This is I don't want to say things I shouldn't say. There are things I want to say to people I can't say. Maybe there's an interesting way I can say this. If only I had some more money, I would love to buy some more right now. I don't know. I mean, I do actually have some more here, but I'm reserving it just in case we hit lower. You know, I don't want to put all my eggs in one basket. I see opportunity. Let's with that data having come out, maybe we should go check something else out. Let's check out the options, right? Let's see what's happening there. Options are, because they could feel threatened by this data coming out and decide that they want to remove their positions. So we got 34 at 34, and we got 28 at 30. So 28, 30, 34, 34. And a couple 31s after the 30, or 21s after the 34. So 28, 34. Let's refresh that. They have increased their positions. Interesting. They have increased their positions on 34. And 30. So 30, they have 39,000 options available and open for. 34, they have 40,000, and they have 36 and 33 on 35 and 36. Yeah, it does look like they're doubling down on that, which is okay from our perspective, because if we know that that information's out and it's going to help investors know that there's light at the end of the tunnel. The big long call option is $40 still at 67,000. Chris, your tendies are waiting for you on the moon. That's where they're at. They're waiting for you on the moon. And this rocket ship is loading up with high explosive, lots and lots and lots of fuel right now. Oh my goodness! Did you just, Chris? Did you just join us? Because I just put out a bunch of information out there. That is, if you want to feed your hunger, I've got some data that's just gonna blow your mind. Just joined? Okay, I'll throw it up one more time. Ortex just reported just a little while ago failure to deliver. Look at this chunk right here. Don't see that anywhere else. We had one time just before we increased in price from $10 up to $77. $72, sorry. When we had that increase, let me try and drag in on it. We had 6 days just before this is the price increase right here. We were sitting about $10. You can see that where it says open right there. We were sitting about $10. Just previous to that $10, we had 6 days. You can see the 6 candlesticks with one gap in the middle, where the failure to delivers were at 3 point. They averaged somewhere around 3 million. 3 million shares failure to delivers over those 6 days, and then very shortly thereafter, in that window that window I keep talking about, the price launched. So now here we are. This is this date right here where we first started seeing some more failure to delivers. We had 8 days in a row. These 8 candlesticks in a row averaged about 4 million apiece. And there's also this 2.3 right here as well. So you could almost say 9 days in a row where we had failure to delivers that were really high levels, even higher than what we had when we had a $60 increase in price. That data just showed up. They show this data every 15 days, so that we won't see any more data again for another 15 days. But this data right here is madly defining what the future is going to look like for this stock. You can't have these kind of failure delivers and drive a price down without having some kind of what's that theory of motion? Equal when you apply a force to one side, you get an equal force on the other. I'm really bad at those kind of theorems, but that's what you're having here, right? They're drawing the price down. The failure to delivers go up. It's creating equal forces. The thing's going to shoot off like a rubber band. I mean, I don't want. I see what you're saying, Chris, and I don't want to be that person. I can't be that person who tells you what to do. You have to do what you've got to do. I can't be that person that tells you what to do. But I can tell you right now that these indicators are extremely huge right here. Extremely exciting. That is going to be the buzz news for today. The day today. That's going to be talked about. If you want to go back and look at GME, we can look at that real fast and see what they did back in January on their failure to delivers. So leading up to their failure to delivers in January, we'll kind of zoom in on it a little bit. It's right here. It's this big grouping. Their failure to delivers. Look at these candlesticks that they had up here. Now notice, nowhere near as big as what we're having, right? Those candlesticks were at the highest right here, right? Is 2 million failure to delivers, right? So they had like a bunch of low ones in a row. And it just led to this massive price increase. And ultimately was kind of killed by the fact that Robinhood stopped them from being able to buy more. So yeah, this is huge data, guys. Absolutely huge. I was waiting for this data to come in. I've been waiting and waiting and waiting. I really wanted to see it. I quite personally thought that what we were going to see was something indicative of what we saw earlier in the year back in January, where it was like a massive candlestick like this, and I wasn't even thinking about the fact that it really didn't take a massive candlestick, but just several of them in a row. If you stack these all up on top of each other, 6 days of 3 million shares, that's 27 million shares, right? Well, that's this one candlestick right here is 27.6 million. You look at this 8 days in the row that we just had, plus this extra one right here, 4 times 8, 32, plus the extra 2 million right here on this other one, 32. It's well above this one candlestick, well above. Something's gonna happen. Something is going to happen. Yeah, I'm pretty sure investors are going to see that, and there's going to be a lot of buying coming. Just wait for that. Wait for that information to start hitting the marketplace. That's going to be something. This is the proverbial blood in the water of sharks, right here. That will set off buying frenzies. Charles Payne is getting online with Trey at 1 o'clock on his show. I would highly not put it past the fact that they're going to talk about this. Is such new developing topic. I'm almost positive they'll be talking about. We're at 137 million traded. Yeah, that's not big at all. We hit 100. We're already past yesterday's volume, guys. Already well past it. We're at 136 yesterday, 136.5 yesterday. Today, we're already past that at 137 million in volume. Our inflow versus outflow. $1,146 inflow to an outflow of 1,025. Oh man, we're gonna see something happen. I don't know how they can keep all of their options. I would be running if I was a hedge fund right now. I'd be running for the hills. Seeing all this data out right now, how they keep these options open at strike prices of like $30 and $25, they're going to be so much out of the money. If the price, if just the general market starts seeing this blood in the water and they start driving up the prices on this, this is the perfect storm right here. Duncan. I know, right, man? Like, can I grow this faster already? Yeah. I don't think I can grow it any faster. I'm not gonna look like Santa Claus after all. Let's see. Okay, I hate saying bad things about Amazon. Remember what I talked about? We're gonna start seeing the market crash. Look at Amazon, guys. Down 1%. That's not chump change. That's 37 bucks they're down right now. Cinemark is down 4% for the day, almost 5%. GME surprisingly is still kind of trending down for the day. They're down 3.67%. Dogecoin. Look, I drew that parallel channel this morning. Still dropping. AMC though, we're up 5.7%. Rogaine on my beard. That sounds interesting. I'm gonna pass on that. Although you would be the guy probably to talk to because didn't you have like I think Chris had like a handlebar mustache at some point or something like that. I forget what it was that he had. He had something going on with his beard before. I saw a picture once. This is extremely exciting. So and I'm pulling up this data just now just to show you guys. But look at this. They haven't really. They're not borrowing anything right now. I mean, there is some borrowing going on, but they're really. It's almost like they're just kind of riding it. I don't think they want to make a position. Let's look a little bit further down the page here. ETFs available. In the money, out the money. So they've got 97,000 in the money currently. Dark pool trading yesterday was at 63.4%. All AMC trading. It's insane. It's stacking up against them, guys. It really is stacking up against them. Yeah, it's insane. SSR comes off tomorrow. There will be one. I could see this. I could see one last ditch attempt to try and drive the price down and scare the crap out of people that don't know about what's going on. If there's people out there that don't understand the data that just came out, I could see them trying to drop the price one last time to try and really just really scare investors as much as possible. So if you are looking to buy more shares, I guess I can say this, if you are looking to buy more shares, there could be another dip down. Let me see. Based on the options I'm seeing, I would say the lowest that I would imagine seeing is about 30 at the very most. I could see him pushing down to get to 30. and then they'll let it go from there. They'll let it rip. We're just now coming out of what I consider the hedge fund power hour. So we might see some more activity. Again, I was kind of predicting volume to be around 190 to 210. We're like 15 minutes past the halfway point, and we're already well past the halfway point of those numbers. I could be way off. We could be looking at like 250 to 300. It just depends on how the last half of this day goes. Oh, that's right, the mutton chops, the friendly mutton chops. Oh, Duncan, I was asking earlier, but I think you might have left. What was the beer you were drinking yesterday? Oh, dang, Duncan, you got a couple weeks off? That's awesome. I hope you're going someplace. I know you said you don't like the beach, but hopefully you're going someplace where you can just kick your feet up and watch what happens with this stock, because it's going to be, I have a feeling you're going to enjoy your time off. There is a a sell wall at $34.93 of almost 30,000 shares. They are desperately holding on to trying to drive this price down some more. They really want to get this down so they can get those options in play, kind of grab some last minute money before something happens to them terrible. Let's watch that eat away. I don't know if you guys can see it because it does say my stream's really bad right now, but the quality of the screen might not be good enough to see it, but we're at 29,000 there. We have a 10,134.84 buy wall. The buy side looks great. Absolutely great for keeping the price from going down. And we're hitting that 34.93. We took a chunk out of it. They're powering it back up. And we're taking another chunk at it again. Looks like we only got 100 out of it that time. Another test at it. We're hitting it and it doesn't really seem, it disappeared. It's gone. We hit it something pretty fierce and it just disappeared on us. RSI is on a 30-minute interval is kind of mid-range. On a 5-minute interval, it is mid-range. On a 1-minute interval, it's low and coming up. Yeah, I noticed that, Duncan. They were adding to it as we were eating it. It was dropping like 100, increasing 100, dropping by 100. They were definitely adding to it. And you could tell that as we kept eating away at it, it was like they just decided to give up on the position. And so it disappeared. It was getting hit too hard. That's something to note, though. I always like to kind of keep like a mental number in my head when I see big buy walls like that. I haven't really been doing it since I started streaming, but when I was just watching the stock daily, I'd kind of keep a mental note that they had those shares out there ready to use, and so I'd just kind of watch the thousands numbers or the 5,000 number blocks just kind of disappear as they went, and it kind of gave me a good idea as to when we would hit like an upper echelon of, clearing out all the shares that they had along the way. Depends on how in depth you really want to get on this. Let's see the inflow versus outflow now. 1,170 to 1,044. You want to see something funny, guys? Like, let me see. Let's go to let's go to our competitor Cinemark, right? And let's watch the order flow here. Look how much more like passive this is. It's just not moving, right? It's just so slow. It's like a snail. You start watching AMC's order flow. They've had 2.6 million in volume for today on Cinemark, right? But it's just so painstakingly slow to watch the order book, especially when you watch ours. And ours is just like boom, 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 firing off left and right. It's a good day, guys. It's a good day. I want to see if I can catch the Making Money with Charles Payne show with Trey. I want to see if I can catch that. I do want to see them talk today. I want to see what they have to say about what's happening. Trying to see if I need an account login to watch this, or if there's some place specifically I can pull it up from so we can kind of watch it together. If any of you guys know where I can find that at, let me know. Worst case scenario, after it streams, I'm sure somebody will post it on YouTube someplace and I can just pull it from there. We can watch it then. So I'm going to do a refresh on AMC News to see if there's any Investors Business Daily has an article. Dow Jones reverse tech stock slide as Powell defends Fed policy. Tesla skids, AMC stock surges. It doesn't look like it's very detailed. AMC stock reverses. AMC stock reversed from sharp losses to rally over 6% Thursday midday, on pace to snap a 4-day losing streak. Shares breached their 50-day support level during Wednesday's 15% dive. AMC stock is more than 50% off its all-time high, which was set back on June 2nd at 72.62. I love this. So here we are having a rally, right? We're up 5% on the day. And the Wall Street Journal says AMC GameStop swing as meme stocks run out of air. Okay. Really? I wouldn't call what's happening right now running out of air. And this, by the way, was posted 2 hours ago. And if I'm not mistaken, 2 hours ago would have put us at 13, 12, 11, 15. Yeah, we were at we were making pretty decent numbers back then. Of course, the article would have been written a little bit before that, but we still had some decent numbers in the beginning of the day too. I'm getting a message here. Yeah, I can. I guess my mic volume's a little low. Maybe that might be too high now. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm having issues with my mic volume today. I don't know why. I did something to it earlier. Hopefully that's better. Sweet, sweet data. I love it. We're testing that $35.10. We're kind of having a difficult time getting over that. If we can drive past that, I'm trying to look for a trend here. That might be a wedge that we're forming here. I don't think there's any way to indicate which direction it's going to go, but we might see a breakout as it gets closer to the end here. So if we're going to travel across this bottom edge of the wedge, and we're having a problem getting past 35.10, it might test that 35.10, come back down, and kind of play in between these until it gets tighter and tighter and tighter until it just pops up or down. We are below the VWAP. At 142 million shares traded for the day. Big numbers, big numbers. More money, more money. No whammies. While craft beer is good, I think that it sometimes gets too experimental. Personally, I prefer a good Bayerisch Southern Germany Wise beer, wheat beer. Is wheat beer? What's the word I'm looking for? Is wheat beer hoppy tasting? Is it like very hoppy? I don't know if that word translates well. feel like there's been a freeze almost of. I mean, the stock's not freezing, but it's definitely volume just dropped off out of nowhere. I mean, it just died. Nobody wants to play ball anymore. Hey, we could see that. In Germany, I had a Radler at a beer garden, and it was perfect on a hot day. Chris is definitely the beer man, apparently. Go, Chris. Wow, what a day. If only it had been 2 days ago. Oh well. I'll take it now. Yeah, that $35 support line is, I really don't want to see us dip below that too much. Unfortunately, if we do dip too far below 35, if we test like 34.40 and it doesn't bounce back up off of that, we could see another rally down to maybe even $30. So be prepared for that. It's a possibility. Let's see what's happened to those options. 40 at 34 and 39 at 30. So 39.30, 40.34. 39.30. So a little bit more. And we got 42 at 34. Yeah, they are still adding options to the idea that they can get this price lower. I don't know why they... Oh, this is out of the money. This is in the money. Look at these red numbers here, guys. How much they're down. Look at the green numbers for the call options. Some people are making some money on the calls. Definitely. We got 70,000 at 40. Yeah, we're just kind of testing that 35.10 line, just holding that. Volume dropping off. What does this mean to me? Consolidation. Consolidation for a breakout. But which direction? Bullish, I see it now. It just hit me. I see it, guys. Check this out. If I zoom in on it, you'll probably see it too. Boom. I'll just draw the line straight across like this. And if you can imagine this line coming up here, that's the wedge. Right there, we're trading in this wedge and we're testing this line. This line right here, it was just slightly higher than 35.10, which was what was confusing. Or I didn't see it until I zoomed in on it really well. But that right there is a bullish wedge. The price on these is supposed to break out going upwards when it's a flat line on the top. So it could definitely, you know, I drew this wedge earlier and I was telling you it could bounce kind of in between these numbers as it's coming along. We could see it bounce a little bit even further into this territory right here until it'll break out. Yeah, it took me a minute to see. When you got it smushed up like this, it's sometimes harder to see some of the things that are happening. Okay, so here they go. They're going to drive the price down. You know, it'll come down here to maybe 34.91. There you go. They just tested it and they're trying to drive past it now. Okay, so it's not doing what it's supposed to do. Either that or yeah, no, this is definitely not what it's supposed to do right here. Okay, so this is their attempt to short the stock. Like I said, we want to see it try to stay above 34.40. Volume dried up, and when volume dries up like that, it's real easy to manipulate the price. Because without volume, it doesn't take much to drop the price of a stock, and it can happen really quickly. But notice volume spiked up pretty quick there. Once they start pushing it down, they got resistance. They're getting pretty heavy resistance actually right now. They're getting a whole lot of nope. Okay, so there's the push to get back inside that wedge. Once we're outside of it, though, I mean, that's pretty hefty outside the wedge. I don't know that I necessarily can draw the same conclusions as I had, but I do see movement to get us back up to that testing that $35.10 level. I'm gonna pull up something from Reddit real quick here. let's see. So they're saying AMC okay, look at those new FTDs. The green line is the real short interest using standardization and z-score to get rid of the noise, outliers, and a plot. They circled that chunk of failure to delivers. And they're showing the short interest. It looks like the difference that they have is that the short interest kind of dips down here and then comes back up and then dips back down. So I'm not sure why I'm not sure how they're doing what they're doing. $776 billion in reverse repos, trending nicely towards 1 trillion. I wonder what will happen then. Let's see what Charlie has to say. I'm sure Charlie's watching this today and probably making some kind of correlations. Charlie has no videos out today. Interesting. Trey doesn't have any videos out today. Is that right? Wow. Wow. The Masked Investor was live up to 2 hours ago. Wow, nobody's got nobody's got videos out right now? What is the deal? Interesting. Most of my favorites are just not posting any videos right now. With what's going on, I'm quite surprised that I mean they haven't hopped on all over this. Very interesting. It did say earlier that there was quite a few guys that were online though, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're making videos currently. Okay, coming down to test that $34.40 I was talking about. So we did break out of the wedge, not in the direction that I thought. We broke out right down here at the bottom, and we're heading towards 34.40. That's the price right now where if I feel like if we don't bounce off of that and we continue to go down, you know, they may be trying to drive this down to $30 even to try and grab some of those earnings from those short options. That I'm sure that they don't want to get caught with their pants down on. There's 34.40. We didn't really have much of a wall set up there. We do have one at 34.38. Okay, they're powering through that. How does U.S. indexes look like? Let me pull that up. Advances to decliners. Let's see what pops up here. Oh, they took the 10K, I know, from yesterday, right? Or some of them were talking about it. Let's see. Advancers to decliners. It is updating. Give it just a second. There it is. We have 4,446 decliners to 2,091 advancers. The Nasdaq is down 1%. Dow Jones is down 0.15, and the S&P 500 ETFs are down 0.66. And we'll wait for the heat map to kind of change here in a second too. Some more decliners than we had earlier today. We have a couple additional people watching right now. If it stays up there, I'll go over the Ortex data one more time for those who haven't seen it. I know there's probably people out there looking to see what's happening. They probably want to know why things are happening the way they're happening. So if they come over here to check it out, because I don't see any other videos right now anybody's posting, I'll be happy to pull up the information and show everybody. I'm going to go out to the 5-minute interval, and I just want to show you guys. This is a descending parallel channel that I had drawn on, I want to say it was Monday, and I'll show you why. If we go back an hour, we had, so this is Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. I drew it right in the early morning hours. I drew it right about here. But the reason I drew it was because we'd been following that path for several days, dropped out of it, and then moved sharply back up and into the path, and then trended down again. And now we're sharply back up. And as we zoom in on this at like the 5-minute interval, you can see we're inside that path again, and still trending downwards. But the interesting point that I'm trying to make out of this is that this is a extremely bullish channel. So we should spike out of this channel at some point. And because the channel is over so many days, let's count the days here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 days. Or is it 12? Maybe it's 12 days. So we've been in this channel for like 12, in and out of this channel for 12 days. If and when we break out of this channel, it's going to be pretty severe upwards. So the Ortex data that everybody's talking about right now is these failure to delivers. Massive amount of chunks of failure to delivers that got reported just a little while ago. Which is extremely huge. You know, if I zoom in on this area here, you can see the failure to delivers back before we had the spike up from $10 up to $72. We had like 6 days or 3 days of high failure to delivers in the 3 million range. It dropped down to next to nothing. Then we had 3 more days of 3 million-ish failure to delivers, and then it went quiet, and then all of a sudden, next thing we know, the price just skyrocketed. How many days after that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 days. That's the window I've been talking about, guys. 7 to 15 trading days. So here we are now. Huge amounts of failure to delivers showing up that started on this candle right here is about the same as some of these over here. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 straight days of anywhere from 2.3 million up to 4.4 million, which is considerably higher than what we had back here. And we're currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We are on the 10th day right now, according to this charting. 10th day. Oh, you know what? That widens out my window. I thought the 15th day. If today's day 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, that would actually put 15 on 22. 22nd. I thought we actually were finishing at the 19th. Oh, I know. I had started my count earlier. I'm going off of a different indicator. I'm going off of this indicator right here that dropped to its lowest amount right here, and that's where I start counting days. So here's the additional 4 days right here. So I really think that we will see some kind of major price increase Monday. Absolutely. Especially when the market gets a hold of this information. There's going to be some bloodletting. We did test 34.40 and we dropped past it, and this is what I was talking about. If if we saw a drop below that, we could see this dropped as far as $30 before a rebound, simply because of the fact of the options chain that's out there, right? I'll pull that over real quickly, and we look at that. There's massive amount of options, all the way down to $30 that they probably want to get for. This is the volume column right here where it says 40,000. They got 40,000 at 30, only 9,000 at 31, 18,000, almost 19,000 at 32, 33, 15,000 at 33, 42,000 at 34, 39,000 at 35, and 34 at 36. If they can drive this price all the way down to 29, 30-ish range, they can pick up all those options, and they'll probably let this thing just ride after that. They probably won't be able to do too much. I'll refresh this. Let's refresh because this data could be different. 40 to 30 and 42 to 34. So about 1,000 more on the $40 or $34 strike price, and about 1,000 more on the $30 strike price. So they're still putting more money down on these put options. So they really do want to see some lower numbers. The long options are betting on tomorrow that we can hit somewhere around 40. So, I mean, to me, that means that after hours tonight, we're going to see something crazy. If they want to get into the money. We're currently heading back up and trying to break past that 34.40 level of resistance now. It's now a level of resistance because we broke down into this channel in here between 34.40 and 33.69. It may bounce off that 34.40 and find resistance there and head back downwards. I was just thinking, Duncan, when you said that they took the 10K, I was thinking about what are the chances that maybe they all did take the 10K so that they could all file these reports to the SEC showing manipulation. That would be awesome. I know they were looking at hiring a Texas lawyer, Wes Christian, at doing like a class action. I saw something earlier that he hasn't said he's consulting, but he's not been signed on yet. I think they're trying to do a GoFundMe for hiring him on, and there's some. I think there might be some legitimacy in the idea that we wouldn't really want to do a class action right now, and the fact that if they did do a class action lawsuit, I feel like they'd have to be really careful about how they did it, because if the defense could say apes are a group of people who are getting together investing to try and drive the price, it's exactly what we're trying to say they're doing. So it's you gotta be real careful. Like, you don't want to put everybody into this one group of people and say like, yeah, we're all working together to try and manipulate the price. We're not. We're individual investors. Every single one of us have our own choice to do what we want to do. So grouping us all up into some massive group like that could be kind of dangerous. I don't know that they could prove it. So we're really struggling right around that 3440. We're trying to drive past that, but just not quite happening. And here comes the push coming down. So it did bounce off that 3440. Volume kind of picked back up a little bit and then started to drop off again. We want to try. It would be nice to try and finish out the day with large amounts of volume. Apes in the past have always used the power hour to really kind of drive price action for the day. So I wouldn't be surprised to see if the institutional investors start, sorry, not institutional, the retail investors start, doing a whole bunch of buying towards the end of the day. Especially on that news of the failure to delivers. Still no signs of massive borrowing on the part of the hedge funds based on Stonko tracker. Okay, we drove past the 3440. Let's see if we can keep up that momentum. Again, the volume's not quite there. We need a little bit more volume. Pump up the volume. Trey's interview with Charles should be in about 15 minutes. And I'm going to put that up because I really want to see that. There's no way they're not going to talk about these failures. I mean, I would be really surprised if they didn't touch on that. That's probably why Trey's not posting any videos right now. He's probably working to prep for that interview. Let's see what we got here. He's actually on talking about it, so I'm going to put it up over just so we can kind of watch it a little bit.
But the majority of crypto trading volume today actually happens on the derivatives side. And so at CoinShares, we trade 10 billion a quarter. Typically, trading is a big part of our business, as well as exchange traded products. But really where we're looking is sentiment from traders. They tend to position around volatility. So once we see volumes coming back on the trading side.
Welcome to the stream. They're going to show the trader for Apes Together Strong right now in about 10 minutes. So Charles Payne, they're going to be debuting
I'm streaming a stream of a
the
stream.
new film, and they're going to be talking about Wall Street Bet and some of the biggest bets out there, and the film that should be coming out later this year.
I love it. Okay, I'm going to give
Absolutely,
this guy credit.
such an interesting milestone for the Bitcoin ecosystem. Look, at the end of the day,
I'm going to mute it for just a second. I'm going to mute it for just a second so I can give props to this guy's YouTube channel. His YouTube channel is called... I don't know where to find it. You can see the link up here. I don't know where I see... Sorry, guys. I'm going to launch a stream now with a video of your stream. Don't cross streams. Alright, I'll turn the volume back up here. But I don't know what this guy's... I don't know what this guy's channel is. I don't know how to look that stuff up. I'm just too dumb. Options Tempo, maybe? Yeah, that's the name of the feed, Options Tempo. So if you want to just go over there and watch it live, you can do that. That's fine. I don't mind losing viewers. If you guys want a better feed, you can go check it out there.
Of cryptocurrencies, that is about control surveillance money. Cryptocurrencies, and particularly Bitcoin, is really attempting to achieve something totally different. So buyer beware. Just know that dollars on a blockchain is not the same as a Bitcoin. Both super useful, but very different value propositions, and the market's certainly pricing it that way.
Melton, great stuff as usual. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Now I want to bring in from Defiance ETF their CIO, Sylvia Jablonski. And Sylvia, your thoughts on Bitcoin and crypto here?
Yeah, so I thought that it was really interesting that Bitcoin.
All right, for those of you who just joined in, we're going to see together Apes Strong. The trailer and the directors are going to be coming out right now in about 5 minutes, and they're going to be showing the trailer of the movie. So should be coming up soon within the next 5-10 minutes.
Oh, is it an advertisement?
For now, AMC is at 58.30. Having a nice update today, up 18%. Looking great. AMC doing very well today. It's set up for a nice week right here. It took a breather after it broke the $60 mark and pulled back to around 55 by the dip opportunity, and now at 58. So in a few minutes, we're going to have here Charles Payne.
Must be talking euros.
Interviewing the directors of Apes Together Strong, and we'll be seeing the trailer shortly.
Come up with something here. I think that actually propels the currency forward further.
I think it's going to happen. I mean, we know it's going to happen. We don't know how or when, but I bet you it happens sooner rather than later. And since you mentioned, how bullish you are on it, there's a small outfit that's now offering 401ks where you can actually have exposure to cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin. Is that smart for viewers watching this show? I mean, again, as a long-term investment, it would seem to me you would want a percentage of your investment in there. I don't know what it would be, but you want some exposure long-term, no?
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think especially if you're, just starting out in the industry and you're just starting your first 401k plan, I mean, this is the payment of the future. This is, blockchain, digital currencies I'm convinced going to be the way of the future. Having the opportunity to put 5% of your income there.
For those of you just joining, they're going to show the trailer right now for the new movie, Apes Together Strong. They're going to be interviewing the directors. So it should be coming up within the next 5-10 minutes. And we're going to see first look for the new trailer. Apes Together Strong?
Long-term view, it's certainly worth taking a gander
So are they
on
done with the
more
movie?
volatile assets. And in my mind, it's become more interesting than gold. I realize it's not as stable, but I think it's more interesting as an investment.
Although I will say to the older folks, it's probably going to be a lot more exciting trading it than it will be playing shuffleboard at the old folks' home. Less than a minute to go. Let me get to one of your ETFs. The quantum computing story. I absolutely love it. And you've got so many interesting names there. What's the latest?
Yeah, so the latest on this has been rallying as of late. We've seen the recovery in some of the tech and growth names since last Friday. And I think with the 10-year getting, kind of put down, and then the inflation number didn't seem to impact the market all that much. So it has rallied in the last few days. The idea here is, the future of computing, it's machine learning, it's solving equations and probabilities to come out with more efficient outcomes for the medical field, for defense, for driverless cars, and for AI. So it's really the way we're going to think and innovate in terms of machine learning in the future.
And it's so hard to get exposure to those names with traditional big equity in this.
For those of you just joining, we're going to see a trailer right now, Apes Together Strong. They're going to be interviewing the directors. So it should be coming up in a few minutes. First look at the new movie.
We love law enforcement, but this is where maybe there could be an abuse of power. So is there an elegant solution? That's what we're seeking here. Plus, life has been a movie for retail investors, making a killing on those shorted stocks. Now, two brothers are making the movie a reality, and they join me right after the break.
To the hedge funds that are trying to screw over a company that we like. You.
Damn straight.
All right. Thanks for joining the live stream. So it should be coming up after the break here. We're going to have a first look for the trailer, Apes Together Strong. AMC on a complete tear right now, up 18%. I broke the $60 level. Right now it's at 58. Just doing great right now. And just like some of the other stocks, GME right now slightly down, $7. Down 3%, but AMC and Wish doing very well right now, up $1.50, up 15%. So Apes Together Strong trailer should be coming out right now within the next 5 minutes for the first look, and let's just see what this is about. I wonder if we're gonna have Pro the Doge come out. I believe he's gonna come out in this movie, and we also have Roaring Kitty. Obviously, I think he should be coming out too, but we're gonna see what the directors have to say, and we'll check out what the movie's about.
I think he's looking...
Right now, AMC stabilizing here.
I think he's looking at, he keeps calling the price and saying numbers that sound to me like they might be euro, that he's talking about euros, but he does say dollars, so it's kind of confusing to me. I'm not sure what he's looking at exactly. I don't know. Let's continue with the stream that he's got there, because I do want to hear what I thought this was going to be a stream with Trey. I'm pretty sure Trey was supposed to be on at 1, so it could be that they're going to have Trey on maybe afterwards, if that'd be my guess. Let me check and see, because I'm pretty sure that he posted it on Twitter. Let me see here on Twitter. I'll turn the volume back up for you guys.
After the sun went down, we mounted up on our vehicles and rolled up to the city. Just outside of the city, I was on top of a vehicle. A couple of IEDs went off. I took shrapnel, which resulted in the loss of my arm and a leg, and here I am today. When I entered the house today, it was a little overwhelming to see how beautiful everything turned out as far as a smart.
I didn't turn the sound off. I don't know what happened to it. I don't know.
Financial storm no one knew was coming.
Looks like he's playing around with it. He's trying to get rid of the commercials.
Well, I did it, folks. I made my first magazine cover. Well, it's not a real magazine, but it is a real honor. For those who are not paying attention, the term apes is just part of this self-deprecating humor and really defiance heaped upon those folks in the Reddit investor community. It's what they call themselves because they love it and they're having a lot of fun with it. By the way, Wall Street also calls them dumb money. Listen, most investors watching this show, they call you dumb money as well. But these renegades have turned it all on its head, and they really are trying to change the game in many ways, including forcing rules to sort of level the playing field for all investors, including individual investors. I have, myself, I've always backed the individual investor. In fact, I've always hated the disrespect that they've received from the elites on Wall Street. I mentioned one of these things in my book, Unstoppable Prosperity. Quote, for years, Wall Street has dissed individual investors as being the perfect foils and easy marks when it comes to stock market tops. I can tell you right now, I've said it many times in this show, the real herd mentality is from the so-called smart money. But the great question today is, who are the investing apes? Well, I can tell you that they are amazing people that want to change their lives. In fact, their story being captured in a documentary called Apes Together, Strong.
I don't believe that the story of this community has been told yet from an insider's perspective, and I think that's paramount to understand some of the culture and the social dynamics of what's really going on.
We are just tired of just surviving.
Not having to work 12-hour shifts.
Life has always felt like you couldn't win.
I'm a nobody, really. I'm a guy who just needs a win.
It's alarming how little we know about the inner workings of the market.
These events are part of a larger story about the intersection of finance and technology.
What we're trying to say here is that there are these shares that are just kind of floating around, being borrowed and being lent and lent again. We just know that there are more shares out there than the company had originally issued.
All right, and here are the filmmakers, Finley and Quinn Mulligan. And first of all, guys, congratulations on the documentary. When I first saw it, it brought a lump to my throat, a tear to my eyes when I watched the trailer. So what inspired you to make this in the first place?
Charles.
Thanks, Charles. First off, thanks for having us on the show. We appreciate the platform. What first inspired us to make this film are the people, and you saw all of those people in that trailer that you watched. They were robbed in January, just like us. We've been in this from the start, and as things went on, as we watched the mainstream media make fun of, disparage, denigrate these normal, everyday people, we decided that we had to stand up, use our own voice, and tell their stories the best way that we know how, which is filmmaking.
You know, I got to tell you, I was struck by the fact that this movement is so amazing. It breaks through nationalities, it breaks through race, it breaks through age. All of the stuff that, to be quite honest with you, that the elites have always kept us at each other's throats about, that have made us really powerless. How come it's touched so many different people? I mean, talk to the audience about these different types of people from all over that you've met.
Yeah, and if by elite you mean the top moneymakers in the country and the people controlling Wall Street, then I absolutely agree. They've been keeping us divided and separated. And the people that we've met through the journey of beginning to start production on this film, they're extremely diverse. It's not right versus left. This is up versus down. These are people from Senegal. These are people from Europe, people from Delaware, Oregon. They're from all over the place. And a big thing that they're trying to get across is that they have not been given a fair shake, and they want a chance to make their lives better. and to have a real say in Wall Street and our financial markets. I mean, these normal people are doing nothing more than buying and holding a stock in a company that they believe in to make their world a little bit better, and we don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Hey, how amazing is that, right? You're told investing 101, buy and hold a stock. You buy and hold it, you're being called dumb, you're being denigrated, you're being beaten up. And by the way, the people that do this to you, they come on TV every other week and they've got something new. They say you're gamifying the market. No, they tell you what the winners and losers are 10 minutes into the session. But you're the bad guy. This is what pisses me off. Now, give you an example. Article on Bloomberg over the weekend. I want to give you the title of it. Catching rides on meme mafia trades. God, I mean, it's just they never stop taking shots at this community. Doesn't embolden the community.
Absolutely. If they want to talk about mafia and organized crime, they can look in a mirror. We have been absolutely amazed, astounded by the pathetic nature that so many news networks and media companies have been portraying us. Any investor would tell you that the best thing you got to do is not fear the dips, trust your due diligence, and if nothing's changed in your fundamentals, you hang on. You know, GameStop, for instance, like we're long on that stock. That company is full of Amazon execs. It isn't going anywhere, but the articles still say, forget GameStop. What's the next Reddit stock? This is not a Reddit movement anymore. This has moved beyond that. These are normal people that love their stocks like AMC and GameStop, and they'll keep holding it as long as they continue to believe in their fundamentals. This is basic investing.
Do you see this movement growing stronger, and what's next for the Mulligan brothers?
Next for us is to get on the road and capture these stories. We're crowdfunding right now, and what you can do is go to apesttogetherstrongdoc.com, and if you're sick of being stepped on, lied about, lied to, denigrated, as you said, please support the film.
That guy always goes to eat a banana when he's getting interviewed.
Story, all of you out there who've been put down by the financial system
I don't know if you
that we
guys
found
can see
ourselves
it's
in.
so small.
There's no leaders in this. These are normal people just wanting a better
he's
life.
eating a
And they
banana.
deserve better than the media has given them. I agree.
Finley, Quinn, thank you both very much. Keep pushing, guys. Keep pushing. Appreciate it. Thank you. It's an honor to have you on the show.
Thank you, Charles.
The FBI's attempt to confiscate $86 million from a bunch of safety deposit boxes backfiring as they've kept money from folks who aren't even charged with crimes. What this means for the protection of your own personal property. Also, what you're going to need to know as we head into the final hour.
This is 2:43 Eastern time, so that means that we missed the show. So I'm going to try and find it live. So we had to sit through that for nothing. Sorry, guys. I'm going to find it. I've got to find this interview because I'm 100% certain sure that they're going to be talking about these failure to delivers. This is big news. Let's find this. We will find it. Okay, so Adam just found something on Webull. It looks like it was posted on 7/8. I don't know why it looks old. But it says our current our current notional amount for one trade is 3 million in market hours. We are looking into potentially raising this risk limit in case of a squeeze. However, currently you will not be able to submit an order in excess of 3 million notional value. In addition, our market makers have passive limits for aggressive limit prices through the NBBO. We are looking into potentially removing these passive risk limits in light of a large amount of client recently desiring to submit orders 5,000% in excess of the current market price. Thank you. Oof. Wow. Craziness. Absolute craziness. All right, so we're breaking the threshold right now at 33.43 of running into negative territory for the day. I'm still trying to find this. I still don't see anything. I wonder if the interview takes place later. I'm surprised Trey doesn't even have it on his. He should have something on there. Okay. If you're going to tweet something, you should put a link up for it. Hmm. I don't understand why I can find that. Okay, so we're increasing into breaking through a threshold of 33.69. We broke past that, and we're heading back up into the territory of 33.69, 34.40. I'm gonna look again at the options and see if they've changed at all. I'll throw it up if they have. 41 for 30 and 43 for 34. Yeah, so the options went up a little bit. They now have 43,000 options on $31. So again, they want to try to get this down, but it's not really working out in their favor right now. We know what happens if the price of the stock starts to increase really fast and it gets out of control. It hits a circuit breaker and they drop all those options off the list to try and regain control of the price. And I don't know if that's because it gives them enough money to be able to. I don't know. I don't know how that works exactly. I don't know how they're using that to manipulate as a circuit breaker, but it does. I've seen it happen twice now, and it does seem to work for them. Somebody posted this as Marshall BLR 291. I know I've read some of his stuff in the past, saying if you're experiencing such an occurrence of that your buying request of AMC is being delayed or postponed or withheld within hours, days, please make sure you do an email, call your brokerage, and you are telling them that you are going to practice your investor right agreement. As of none of the policy supports the fact that they have the right to postpone or withhold to place any of your buying request of AMC shares. If Citadel and hedge funds are so close to the brokerages as we might have heard this before, then it means that this will be their next attack on us and AMC. They are going to withhold buying requests and placements of AMC shares. Pay attention and immediately call your broker if you feel like they are playing things into hedge funds' hands and your buying requests are being withheld or delayed. Yeah, that's important. Remember that. Here's another one. AMC, here's a visual of the AMC failure to delivers. They are deep in the water. Patience is the key here, my fellow traders. AMC strong, AMC to the moon. Here's the visualization. Those are June's FTDs. Okay. Yeah, that's true. I'm sitting here looking at this going like, there's no way that was that high. That's true. They're saying you're actually pointing to the price, but the FTDs are still incredibly high comparative. These are the failure to delivers right here. If you notice them, here's the price. This is the price that they've got listed right here. These are the failure to delivers. We haven't seen a block like that ever since we've been in this. Before January, we've never seen a block like this. And we've seen smaller blocks that have caused price to increase, right? See these smaller blocks over here that caused what happened back in early June? That's what we're looking at now. Massive. Absolutely massive. There's a petition for Mr. Burns to play Gary Gensler in upcoming Moaz movie. Excellent. Okay, guys. In about 10 minutes, I'm gonna take a little bit of a break, and I will see you guys back for the Power Hour. Short share interest is at 15.88%. Gosh, I can't get over looking at these failure to delivers. I popped up the page to just look at this number right here, and these failure to delivers are just so sweet. That is precious. I love that. In fact, I have an idea. Everybody kept asking a while back about like why are we having decreased volume? You know, what's going on with the volume? Why is the volume decreasing? See how the volume decreasing back in here? You know, this volume decreased. They're like, why is the volume decreasing? And I posted up what I just put back up on the screen. Decreasing volume with the price falling is bullish. It was a bullish indicator, and everybody was panicking, quite frankly. But my mom just asked me when the power hour is. Power hour is 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock my time, so that would be 12 to 1 your time, not 30. Trading only goes until. Wait a minute. Why do I feel like I'm getting this wrong? No, that's right. Trading only goes until 4 o'clock in the afternoon in Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, so volume was dipping, and failure to delivers were just increasing, and so I've got this little picture, probably about where my mouse is right now, and like this big area right here that says volume, price, and interpretation. I'm probably going to change that picture tonight because we don't need to see that anymore. And it's probably going to be a picture of this nice picture of this right here, along with the volume in there, so that we can all see it. That's going to be pretty. That will be my new picture that I put up there. And we can go ahead and I'm okay with us moving up above over $36 so I can hit my price point for the day. Let's make that happen. I can be hopeful. Still no new shares borrowed, according to Stonk Tracker. Options are currently still the same, if not slightly more. They're still increasing their positions. Yeah, they might do like a Hail Mary attack towards the end here. Watch out for that, guys. You know, if I wanted to look for a good position to be able to buy in it, it would be on that that time frame where they're trying to do one last attack before they get pummeled. Uh, every once in a while, we've seen this happen in the past, where the stock market makes a move, but somebody will post a news article that posts like almost instantly when the market moves. So be on the watch. That's something to look out for. Watch to see if you see some kind of news article post. Like if we have like a sudden dip around 2 o'clock, a little bit after 2, watch for media posts out there that talk about sudden drop in price and AMC at the end of the day, because that's going to be a hit piece. They're going to be told that they need to put that out there in advance, and so that'll kind of give us a warning it's coming. We've seen it happen before. I know there's been times where people have been crying about like, hey, that's market manipulation. You can't go and inform the media that you're going to attack the price down beforehand. That's manipulation. Okay, we're driving back up to that 34.40 price, the price that I said that we kind of needed to stay above. I was afraid that if we drove past that, there was a good chance we could probably test 30. If we can get back above that, I would feel better. I just want to throw this up there because it did update. Fintel did update for buys and sells. We covered this morning real early on. This is old. This is old data, right? So when these are actually filed, typically speaking, like if I opened up either one of these two, they'll more than likely be on. See, today it says 7:15, so that means probably like the first or the second will be when this action actually happened. These buy or sales. So I'll look at the sale. It shows this sale occurring on actually the 30th of June. So if we come back and we look, okay, so I was off by 1 day. Okay, so it happened on the 30th. So, and one thing I had mentioned is we want to watch Fintel to see when the second 8-2 or sorry 7-2 dates start arriving on Fintel, because we did have a down day on 8-2, and so those are going to start reflecting those buys and sells on those days. So we'll get a more accurate representation of what the institutional investors were doing during that time frame. So on this particular day, so far, what we have reported is 100 shares sold by this company here, and then 27.8 shares. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, this says zero shares sold. How do you sell shares changed? They somehow went negative 100 on shares, but they didn't. Okay, I see. So they exited their position completely. So they must have had 100 shares and they sold 100 shares, and that was how much they changed by. So on this one here, it looks like they had 400 shares already, and they increased their shares by 27.8. Let me click on it and see if that's right. Yeah, they have 400 shares. It looks like they just bought 27.8 shares that day. Okay, so we tested the 3440 once, going back for a second test. And I'm going to go on a 30-minute break, and I'll see you guys back for the power hour. Okay, I am back. I found the video of Trey. Let's go ahead and watch it while we watch the price. I'm going to move this up a little bit here. Nice movement that we've got going on right now. Okay, I'm going to turn the volume down just a tad because I don't know how loud this is going to be.
2 hours later, NASDAQ is cratering. Why is it cratering? Interest rates must be up. No, interest rates are down. So here's the thing. We're running out of leadership categories, right? And for a while now, we were just relying on the $1 trillion club, those big names that grow we feel comfortable with. Today, a lot of news, including that there are at least 70 antitrust probes on Apple, Amazon, Google, Facebook. So David.
I have to go back in the stream, apparently, to find it.
Conversation with the national.
We're continuing to gradually.
And how many times have we got it? After the year, when there wasn't any, when this hasn't happened, it's been 17 times. The market has gone up on average 8%. So while we feel like it's overdue, history tells us if it's repeated, you want to be in this market. And what I'm asking you is not what you think is going to happen, but how do you deal as a manager, professional investment manager, when the overall consensus and conventional wisdom is that we're due to pull back? How do you stay the course?
Well, basically, I love the wall of worry because that's what keeps bull markets going. If everybody's euphoric and all the money is in, then it's too late. But what I would observe here, Charles, is that we've already had some of those feared pullbacks in major sectors. For example, the article today, energy is in correction territory. Banks like J.P. Morgan, Bank of America, they're down 15% from their recent 52-week highs. So those are the areas, the blue chips have just reported great earnings. And of course, speaking about earnings, this is going to be one of the best earnings quarter we've ever seen. Earnings should be up 64%. Revenues up 20%. We'd be happy just to have earnings up 20%, but their revenues are going to be up 20%. Right. So I think if you roll up your sleeves, you're going to find lots of opportunities.
Scott, how do you deal with it?
Experience, Charles, like David said, sometimes these are buying opportunities. They don't feel great when they're happening, but the reality is, as he mentioned, things with energy, things with financials, of course, materials as well are down off highs recently, 20%-ish. So for me and for us, we're taking these opportunities with the volatility that kicks in, Charles, to pick up names that we like, add to names that we already own, because as we see over time, the market brings those names back.
All right. Hey, Scott, you normally win the suit battle when the guests come on, but David got you today with that powder blue, my man. That's all I'm saying. But love the advice from both of you. Love the advice from both of you. That's what we want to do with this show. We'll see you both soon. Well, another massive drawdown yesterday in oil, but you just heard energy's in trouble. Oil keeps drifting lower. And what gives it the commodity super cycle? Is it already over? Well, we got energy and commodities expert Tracy Shoot chart, and she's going to give us her predictions. And I could have made people 35,000%. That's right, 35,000% on Netflix, but I didn't have diamond hands. It's not easy. I'm going to bring on YouTube star Trey Collins. We're going to hash it out over what he and the other AMC Apes are doing right now. We'll be right back.
I want to know if you're one of those fucking people who watched that last video that got posted with no audio. I can't
remember, oh wait, when you made the housing market crash, the planet of the apes, and we just want our parents' money back. We can see it in your face that you ain't think we would remember that. Ring, 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 Kenny boy, you better answer that.
I tell you how many times. It has to be like 15 times now that I've recorded a video and I was accidentally on mute. So that sucks. I guess we'll try again.
Someone call Kenny and say, "Hey, G, where my money at? Failure to deliver's coming due, but you can't get them back. When margin gets a call and shit, I tell you better answer that. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back. Huddle AMC AMC till each share is worth 100 racks. Hodl GME till each share is worth double that. I'm a diamond-handed ape, someone show me where the shuttle at. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back.
All they need is for the audience to believe until the curtain falls.
Smooth brain day, but not as smooth as where I purchased at. My average so low, it's like I don't know what I'm swinging at. Hey, old man, how many times do we gotta teach you that?
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
That we make dumb amounts of money, so we don't mind it when you call us that. It's ironic that they talk fundamentals while their pockets bleed just to fundamentals. No bots, no shills, no FUD accepted when you address the apes and a different message. Our favorite breakfast is a tasty dip.
I mean, anecdotally, what I can tell you, what I saw on my social media, what I see in chat right now, especially if you're newer, a lot of people are just using this as a buying opportunity.
Every red candle always leaves a wick that consolidates for just a little bit. We draw rocket ships and watch it rip. We came up out the jungle, we ain't scared to be broke. We're just a bunch of dumb gorillas. Why you mad at us, bro? Because we made your game stop, and now we're the stars of the show. We take aim, see the moon, that's where the apes wanna go. I said, someone call Kenny, ask the hedgie where my money at. Million to delivers come and do, but you can't get them back. When margin gets a call and shit, I tell you better answer that. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back. Hodl AMC till each share is worth 100 racks. Hodl GME till each share is worth double that. I'm a diamond-handed ape, someone show me where the shuttle at. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back. Coming back.
There it is! There it is! There it is! There it is! Look at that freaking boom boom candle, baby! Let's go! Holy freaking crap! And it's still ripping! It's still freaking ripping, baby!
Someone call Kenny, ask the hedgie where my money at. Million to delivers come and do, but you can't get them back. When margin gets a call and shit, I tell you better answer that. Green boom boom candles to the moon and we ain't coming back. Hodl AMC till each share is worth 100 racks.
Wallet at the store, and the solution one company says they have for farmers. Answers today on the Clayman Countdown.
And welcome back to Guess the Price. Sal, what do you do?
Oh, I'm a retired postal worker.
Fantastic. Are you ready to play?
Oh, heck yeah.
Okay, Johnny, tell him about Eargo.
These top-of-the-line hearing aids from Eargo are straight out of the future. They're rechargeable and virtually invisible in your ears.
Okay, Sal, how much do you think they...
And it's been gangbusters. The CRB index surging 27% this year. It's smashed through some really key resistance point along the way. Lately, though, there's been a growing course that this rise.
Man, I thought I had it set up. Okay, there we go. Jeez, guys, I made you sit through a lot there.
Selling the stock. Well, guess what, folks? It's up 3,546% since this article. Now, I'm not saying GameStop or AMC or Netflix, but what I am saying is that Wall Street just doesn't always get it right. I've seen it happen over and over to dozens and dozens of companies that were written off and went on to do very big things. Joining me now, host of Trey's Trades on YouTube, Trey Collins. And Trey, you know, first, I want to get a feeling of how you're feeling, right? The current pressure on AMC, a lot of people are looking to you. How are you feeling and what are you saying?
You know, Charles, I come back to essentially the why behind the trade. I think there are three main things that kind of drive this overall, you know, trade over. It's the apes. You've got shorts that have not covered positions. You've got a bunch of systemic problems within the stock market that people are just flat out angry about. And none of those three factors have changed. You throw on top of that essentially this overselling territory where people are being fearful. And my hypothesis is when people are fearful, you need to be greedy. I view this as a buying opportunity and not as a bag holding opportunity.
How do you pick a level? In other words, earlier in the week, it broke under the 200-day moving average. Generally, that's when all hell breaks loose. Are you looking at certain levels, or are you just saying in your mind at these levels, period, it's oversold?
You know, it's funny, Charles, because I actually made a video about a week ago on my YouTube channel calling out that this would essentially fall back down to about $32 to $34 sometime in the near future. It was short-term bearish. I'm not an unrealistic person. I recognize that stocks can't always go up. They also go down. So I called out that $32 to $34 level of support just based on previous trends over the last 6 months of trading. And sure enough, it bounced right off that $32 level and then back up to essentially $37 today. Up about 2-3% at the moment, but it seems like so far, knock on wood, that was a pretty decent support level in order to get a good buy-in.
It was a good call. It was a good call. Hey, Adam Aarons, he shelved an offering. Mostly, he says, at the request of the investing apes. I know folks were worried about dilution and the stock going down. It's gone down anyway. So do you think in hindsight that's a mistake, that they should be trying to raise money?
You know, Charles, Adam Aarons actually come out publicly in a legally binding document stated, even if this was to pass, we cannot use a single one of these shares in 2021. They're shelved until 2022 anyways. So for him to essentially pull it off the table, I think what that did was take away some of the FUD, the fear, uncertainty, and the doubt that the mainstream media likes to essentially paint around AMC stock. I actually heard you say this once upon a time. It was no matter what came out, they try to spin it as some sort of negativity. And I don't view it as negativity in the least bit. I think it's just him reading the audience. He recognizes that 80% of his company is not comfortable with that for the time being, and it doesn't affect him in the next 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months.
So, Trey, let me talk about the diamond hand things that I've learned in 35 years. I just mentioned Netflix. The first time I recommended it was July 3rd, 2002, at a split adjusted $4. Now, if I had never told my subscribers to sell, they'd have been up like 13,000%. Of course, though, there's an emotional roller coaster. I just read the article from CNN 11 years ago. You know, Wall Street said it was done. They hated the stock. And that's a dilemma, right? How do you plan to stay the course with all of those kind of dilemmas facing you?
You know, I think it's very easy to have conviction in a stock when it's going up, right? Everything's going your way. How could you not? Right. But it takes a lot of true mettle and essentially believe in your conviction when a stock is red. I watch what the stock does on a day-to-day basis, and I view that price as psychological for the ape hypothesis of buy and hold. They think it's going to go up until it reaches some sort of level, and at that point, they're going to take their profits. And until that level, the price is psychological. It's discounts, a dip buying opportunity. And I have such belief in the conviction and the hypothesis behind the apes that whatever it trades on a day-to-day basis does not bother me until I see the price that I'm willing to sell at.
Yeah, you know, if it goes down a little bit more, Wall Street's going to start doing those stories that everyone lost all their money. You're looking at this, though, as a hold that you are not going to hold, not sell for a very long period of time, and that has not been determined yet. Trey, we've run out of time. I appreciate you coming on. Like I said, I'm always rooting for the apes and always want to hear your side of this story. Thank you, my friend.
Hey, I appreciate Charles. You're the man.
All right. Hey, you know, we keep hearing about the doom and gloom of inflation, right? Of course, you get a whole lot of that with all this money cascading into the economy, but I think there's such a thing as good inflation. I know you love when your paycheck inflates.
That was a good interview. That was decent. I'll tell you what. You know, I used to be a huge. I was really disappointed in Trey in like the first 2 or 3 interviews that he's had. It was, you know, Adam Aarons on occasion, the Wolf of Wall Street once. Those things really disappointed me quite a bit, and I had made comments that I felt like Trey needed to kind of touch up on his interviewing skills. And let me tell you, I think he's gone a long way. You know, he's gotten some interviews under his belt, and man, I'll tell you what, he is a lot better interviewing now than he used to be. A lot better. Hats off to him. I don't know if he's just getting better at it, or I don't know. Whoever's training him and teaching him, or if he's just doing it on his own. Great job. He's interviewing a lot better than he used to. If I were to go back and play one of his previous interviews, you'd see what I was talking about. I'm gonna take a look at my mic here real quick. I had this feeling that, I know earlier I was kind of quiet, and I had this feeling that maybe my mic just wasn't facing the correct direction. I think it's better now. So we danced with the devil on my $36 price prediction. It was so close, so close. You know, we still have an opportunity to try and drive up here in the last hour. I would love to see 36. But we got a long ways to get down to some of my cohorts numbers. John's in at 31. We got a ways to go down to get that far. Not saying it couldn't happen, but I might be evening up the score today. I would like to see that happen. All right, let's look at some of the data. Currently, GME is still struggling for the day. They had a massive swing down twice. If you zoom out on the 5-minute, I'm positive this is going to be a cup and a weird odd-shaped cup and handle forming right here. But their inflow versus outflow is struggling. Volume struggling. Just a lot of struggle I see there. Going back over to ours, we're also the very similar pattern, that V shape, followed by maybe a cup and handle. It looks more like a V. We've got 2 V's in ours. But our inflow versus outflow, we have 1488 to 1314. We're doing really good on that. Looking spectacular. Let's see. Ortex is showing 15.89% on the short share interest. I guarantee you they had to have borrowed like just a crap ton of shares today to do what they've done in the price, which is not at all reflected in the Stonk Tracker's daily borrowed rates. Options. So on the last time I refreshed this, we were at the high point as $34 with 54 and 30 at 44. So 30, 44, 34, 54. I'm going to have to write that down. I can't remember those numbers. 30 at 44 and 40. No, 35. No, 34 at 54. And on the long positions, long should have been 40 with 77. And the secondary position being $37 at 41. Okay, so the shorts was the primary position, or what they're really shooting for, is 34. Secondary position is 30 for 44,000. Okay, let's refresh. The long position. Look at the long positions coming in right now. Just massive amounts in there. 40 at the $40 price range, it went from 77 to 85, and at the $37 strike, it is at 43, which went up 2,000. So quite a bit heavy on the 40 for tomorrow. Right, that's closing for tomorrow. The number one spot on the puts is 34 still with 64. So that's increased by 10,000. And 30 is at 47, which increased by 6,000. So if I had to show a spread, the gap between us is going to be 34 to 37. That's the gap. 34, 35, 36, 37. So maybe 35 and a half. I could see us closing at 35 and a half. It'll be just under, man, that'll be just underneath my prediction for the day. 35 and a half. Ugh, that'll be terrible. Yeah, 35 and a half would be the level right in between the options. It's going to be a close one for me today. Okay, let's see what else we can look at here. Volume is currently at 177 million. I had predicted at the beginning of the day about 190 to 210. So we are approaching that number. I might end up being pretty close on that. Earlier, I was thinking that we were going to blow past it pretty hard because we did have some increase in volumes. Now that could happen towards the end of the day here. I mean, we could have an explosion in price that could absolutely just take off in the aftermarket hours as well. Especially with SSR being removed, we might see all kinds of craziness happen. It'll be very interesting to watch after hours today. I will end the show at the normal time today, but if we have something absolutely amazing happen, I will record it. We had another filing today. On Fintel for some more shares that were sold on likelihood the same day, the 30th probably. Yep, the 30th. So another 100 share sale. So 200 shares were sold by institutional investors on the 30th of June, which the price, according to this, what they're saying, the price that they got for the value for those was, actually they don't say what they got for the price for those on the 30th. We could just go look and see how much money did they decide that they were gonna walk away from. The 30th would have been like so they walked out on, I don't know what their position got out at, but they sold somewhere around 56 to $56. And then we started to see the price decline over the next 2 days. So again, we're going to watch Fintel and see what happens as those reports come in of what was buying or selling happening from the institutional investors during that time. The next 4 days. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll watch and see. See what those numbers look like. Citadel is a little less busier than normal. They might be packing up, heading home early. I know it says as busy as it gets, but you can see there that it is a little bit less busy than the normal. Still testing that $35.10 range. It's a real level of resistance right now. Very, very strong. Yahoo Finance wrote an article 56 minutes ago on AMC shares attempting a comeback. The market as a whole. I'm looking for this number right here to change. $2,234 advancers over 4,396 decliners. The Dow Jones is pretty much breaking even for the most part. The NASDAQ is down for the day, and the S&P 500 ETFs is down for the day. Man, that is a red-looking hot, cold map. Oof, that's rough. It's hard to look at. NM Stanley 32 posted in Reddit, according to the released FTD data, over $200 million of retail wasn't accounted for in stock. Think about that. That's just the reported number. This is simple. It's crime. I hold and I buy, but I sure as hell am not investing in the U.S. stock market no longer. It's just truly sickening. And this is what we're trying to fix. This is what I want to see fixed. I mean, I've had 3 occasions where I got screwed in the market, and walked away from it each time for at least more than a year or more. Just thinking to myself, like, this is ridiculous. Like, I feel like I'm throwing money at it, and I think by the third time, I just kind of threw money at stocks that I knew would go up over time, and I walked away from it for many, many years, and like 10 years, a decade. And I was just like, I'm not trading anymore. I'm just gonna sit here and I'm just gonna watch it go up because I know it will over time. And yeah, I mean it did go up, but it's hard to invest in a market that on a day-to-day basis seems pretty rigged. But I know how to hold. I do know how to do that. My cooling towel or chair, cooling blanket, I don't even know what to call this thing, but it's not cool. Not right now. I gotta fix it. Much better. We're struggling to pick back up over that $35.10. They have a, it looks like volume kind of dropped off here. Definitely struggling with volume. If I had to guess what's happening right now, I think both sides are holding a ceasefire until closer to the end of the market. I think everybody's kind of holding on the trades. Something's going to break, right? Like somebody's going to come out shooting first. Don't know if it'll be the hedge funds or if it'll be the long positions in this stock. But volume has definitely died off. We got about 30 minutes left in trading. And we are about 10 million away from my price prediction or my volume prediction for the day. I think that could happen. I'll at least get that right. I'm going to keep my eye on the options just because I think that if we see an explosion of growth, maybe up to like the $37 range, that'll probably trigger them to stop it, and that means that we'll end up seeing the options disappear again. Yeah, I was just updating the options, watching those. We could have a nice little George W. Foreman here, right? George W. Foreman. It could pop back up here a little bit and we'd have a nice little W. Ending the day on a W. That'd be fun. The buy orders to the sell orders, I don't want to say they look stronger, but because there is some gaps in there. But there is a big chunk. There is a sell wall, no, buy wall at 34.80. I think that's okay. Now we have another one at 35. So we're putting up defenses to try and keep the price from dropping too much lower in case they come at us really heavy with the volume dropping. That's a good sign. I like seeing the defenses up. Again, I don't see shares borrowed for the day to try and short the price. Okay. This might be the long investors pulling the trigger first. Seems a little early to be pulling the trigger. Sometimes that fizzles out too early and you see a price drop towards the end. Volume's picking back up. There's the sell wall. It was 35.28. It disappeared. Our protection of buy walls moved up to 35.20. This is a nice controlled buy rate right now. We're approaching the VWAP. VWAP being volume weighted average price. If we can hold volume, kind of like right there at that level of like 273,000 shares traded per minute, that'd probably be a good volume to hold. Because that's every 4 minutes, that'd be a million shares. Okay, our protection buy wall at 35.20 disappeared. That could be being placed into buys to try and drive the price up, like it might be an attack now. They would be committing pretty early. Okay, it's back up at $35. Remember, 35.10 is that level. It's now a level of support. It's that key number that we've been kind of trading around all day today. I'd like to see those 5,000 shares at $35. I'd like to see that moved up to 35.10. Although that would be getting attacked like right now. The sell structure is much more. It's larger. It's much larger, which means we could see some down pressure here. RSI on the 30-minute is currently at 54.11. That's in the middle. Yeah, so it's right in the middle. It could go either direction right now. Nobody wants to fire the guns too early. You know, if a lot of the ammunition gets spent too early, and then it really just starts to lean one way or the other. I'm going to continue to watch options. Just verifying that we're not getting like some kind of signal that it's going to go one way or the other. If it does signal, I can at least let you know. I think we're going to have a fight for 35. I'm going to miss it probably by $1. I'd like to see it shoot way up high, but it just feels like a fight for 35 today. There's a sell wall at 35.35. Volume's decreasing again. It's going to come down to the last 10 minutes. That's probably what we're going to end up seeing is it may come down to the last 10 minutes, or it could be the last 15 minutes. So maybe in the next 5 minutes we might start seeing some real heavy action. No way to know for sure which direction it's going to go. Okay, volume's kind of ticking up a little bit here. Kids. I just drew a little bit of a convergence type wedge here to kind of see where it's going to break down at. If we see this truly, the $35.10 is the line of kind of support that neither side wants to cross, or neither side wants the other side to cross. We might see this consolidate in between that point and this upper line until it gets to a point to where it just has to break out one direction or the other. We do have our buy wall at $35 kind of disappeared. So there's really not a whole lot of protection at that past this point at 35. Okay, here's a little bit of a drive here to buy up. We do have a buy wall set up at 34.50, but that's awfully low. Okay, here comes the 15-minute mark. Let's see if this is when the gunshot goes off. Here it comes in 5 seconds. Okay, the gunshot went off. Volume is not really increasing too much. Okay, there it goes. Okay, volume's 30 seconds in, it's higher than it should be. So we have increased volume. Oof, this is such a nail biter for me. I really want that. I want that additional point for the end of the day today. Oh man, I really want to see $36. I had anticipated maybe going slightly higher, and then I dropped it down just a tad. I like the price that I picked though. Volume kind of settled a little bit. It didn't commit to increasing. Okay, we're breaking out past that point. This could be where it starts to take off. I mean, even if I redraw this, excuse me. Even if I were to redraw this off of the points. Yep, there we go. It's taken off. It doesn't matter how I redraw it now. Okay. The long positions have decided they are going to end the day on the run starting at 14:47 my time. Wait. Oh, that's local time. Yeah, my time. The race is off, and we're climbing up. Let's see what the hedge funds have to say about that. They've got a sell wall of 4,000 shares at $36.10. Up we go. Enjoy the aftermarket hours today, guys. They could get exciting. I don't know if you guys watch or not after market hours. If you don't, I don't know how many of you who are watching have after-hour trading abilities through your broker. But depending on who you have for a broker, you can apply to have your account do after-hour trading, and that is something that you should have already set up if you haven't, because a lot of swings, a lot of squeezes take off in aftermarket hours. So that's something you want to be prepared for, especially on the downside of, and I'm talking down the road, way down the future. I'm not trying to talk about right now, but you do want to have the ability to be able to buy or sell during those hours. They're key times, super key times, and you don't want to be unprepared for that in the future. There's huge sell walls forming at 36.05 and 36.10. They do not want us getting past that $36 mark as we approach it. We're coming up into the last 10 minutes of trading. Okay, we are moving to 35.89. We're getting close to testing some of those first walls. There's a 35.99 5,000 share wall set up now. So we're going to have to test that. I see 35.98 as a point of resistance due to according to this Fibonacci retracement. So we could see it hit that, and that's when the hedge funds are going to come back and start hitting us hard. We hit 35.93, and it already looks like we're getting a little bit of resistance. Yeah, I predicted 190 to 2. I think I gave myself. I usually give myself a little bit of a range. I had predicted 190 to 210 on volume. I'm getting pretty close to nailing it. Not always. It kind of there's days where it surprises me. I did think I was going to bust over the top today because we were trading so heavily earlier, but we just hit kind of a dead point at some point today. All right, so we tried to test that $36 range. We got up to $35.93 and kind of found a little bit of a wall there. The wall has since kind of dissipated. We could take another test for it again here. Again, I will be watching those options if we get into the $37 range, because it could break past, if it breaks past 36 and there's no resistance beyond that, there's a point at where we could see this just explode into much larger numbers than that. And at which point, if we hit 37, I'm going to start really eyeballing the options, because if those disappear, that's going to be them trying to regain control of the market and not letting this price get away from them. We're coming back on for another test of $36. The candlesticks are actually getting closer to that $36 point, and not just the candle wicks. So we're moving up there. We're getting ready to test it again. We have 8 minutes left of trading. Yeah, I'll be 2 for 2 today if I hit that volume. If I hit volume and I hit price, I will have gotten both. I only get one ticker point for that, but I do like trying to guesstimate volume for the day, just on my own personal fun times. Okay, so we are moving up. We tried to test it again. I can't really see the value right now. It's kind of hidden. It looks like we got to 35.95, and now we're starting to get some heavy resistance. So here's where this resistance really comes in right here. The pushback is real. Okay, so they're pushing us back down. We do not have any solid buy walls set up, so it could come down a bit. They still have their sell walls at 35.90, so we might find a price somewhere in between. Volume is picking back up. Definitely more volume coming in now. Okay, and we're starting the next minute with a green candlestick, heading back up some more, and now it moved red. Okay, it's the struggles here. 35.65. There's a buy wall. Looks like it got tested and disappeared. Another one at 35.65. $35.70 now. The wall moved up from 35.65. Actually, a new one formed at 35.70. There's still one at 35.65. So 35.70 and 35.65 have two walls a sell wall at 35.79. The gap between what we want and what I'm saying we and they, what they want, what we want is narrowing. Expect some heavy volume in the last 3 minutes. We're going to see the real fireworks start then. I can't tell you which way it's going to go. I really don't know. I mean, this is a nice, there was almost a nice George W that was formed here, but then it kind of got ruined a little bit. If I move it to the 5-minute mark and look at it, yeah, I really can't tell you guys. I really can't say. I don't know which way it's going to go in the last 3 minutes. It's going to be a nail biter for sure for me. Gotta put that visor down, Chris. Put the visor down. Because, you know, it makes a difference. Wind shear. Moving up. We are moving up. We are testing $36. It's $35.90. Volume steady. We're averaging around 349,000 a minute. $36. We just hit 36. We're breaking up into higher levels. These sell walls are moving up to 36.13 and 36.16. They are still there, just slightly higher. Moving into new territory. This might be a little too close of a zoom in if this really starts to launch, so I'll have to correct it. But we are transitioning right around that $36 price range right now, coming into the final minute before I start the launch. So I'm going to go ahead and say congratulations, guys. We had a nice rebound today. At least, you know, a 7% increase in price. Great job. Way to hold in there. Awesome diamond hands. They rock. The diamond hands rock. All right, guys. I'm signing out, and let's just enjoy this rocket show.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Wait for that.
Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.